Good news, everyone! I was planning to do this in the woods a month ago. However, by irony of destiny, which I'm thankful for sometimes, um, I ended up getting the opportunity to do it in my new apartment now that I have some time to rest and while I wait for the furniture to come. It's like I've just been here for some days, so. But this has been bothered me a bit since I read it. However, it's understandable due to the background of who wrote this text. The name of the text is Essay on Wotan by Dr. Karl Gustav Jung. You might have heard of him. Good propaganda. He was actually a propagandist. He was hired by the Allies in the wartime to do research on the matter. He's part of a group who managed to hijack the monopoly of the Church of the Vatican over people of Christianity generally, over people's confessions. Like, so they wanted a cut in the secrecy of people's private lives. So they developed this whole scheme, and it's basically a scheme to prove my point. To prove me wrong, even. I would like to invite you to show me with evidence anyone who has ever been cured by a psychiatrist. Yeah, psychiatrists, one of the biggest scams uh, after church itself of the world, where they got people's secrecies so they could blackmail people. So this group of businessmen wanted a cut on it, and they got, oh boy, did they get it. They fucked everybody's minds during the 20th century. But anyway, selling them drugs and making them do despicable things with them. But for another topic. But this, am I biased? No. I'm just telling you what I know about the matter. What even people who are in that scheme have told me. I knew a few psychiatrists along my life. Of course, they will never tell you flat open, but. And remember, I cannot read minds, but hopefully I'm not an idiot. So I can kind of see what's going on, right? Very clever. I give them my shout out because it's a good scam. They got money out of it, probably much more than the church ever got, but we'll never know. I'm not comparing. Back to the topic. And the reason that it bothered me a bit is because I know a little thing about the entity he is considering here. And I know it to be an entity that seeks knowledge. And but I'm going to get into that. But so you can see I might have some reason to disagree, politely disagree with Carl Jung. Um, I'll give him that. He was a pioneer in the field of scams. So that's a fair deal. That's a good thing. If you don't know, many of his ideas have been proven wrong. So I can dare to call it a scam, in a way. But my personal opinion, of course, my personal opinion. But if you dare to disagree, please provide me evidence of people who have been cured by psychiatrists specifically. So then you'll start to see the picture instead of developing a drug addiction. But and telling them all their most and of their whole family's most private secrets so they get a hold on that. But anyway, so they can take advantage in business and other stuff, tell their cousins and their uncles and all that, and send in the prostitutes and all that. But the entity he is discussing here or considering is known for being an entity that protects people, that created humankind. It doesn't wish to destroy it. It has created it, and it has defended it, and it has protected it several times across the sagas and the histories pertaining. Assuming, of course, we are talking about some plausible conscience. It's a representation, but we are going to get into that. Jung says it himself, may he rest in peace. It is interesting to consider. I call it food for the brain. But he might have ulterior purposes for trying to paint this entity in such grim light, if you even can call that light. What he's describing is another entity related to the same pantheon, to the same culture, to the same spiritual or metaphysical endeavor, but it's definitely not Wotan, for obvious reasons. To give you an example, and those who know the culture will agree, there is this legend that Odin would only, you will know when it's the end of the world, when Odin draws his sword. So Odin drawing his sword was not a daily occurrence. It was something that would happen only, mind you, only at the end of everything, of their transcendence, of their metaphysical evolution, if you want to call it like that. Utter enlightenment, or many other ways we can discuss. And I'm open for your delightful opinion. Be polite, because remember, I'm having conversation, I'm not having a discussion. I'm not here to discuss anything. I'm here to converse, to talk, to exchange ideas and knowledge. But Odin is an entity pertaining knowledge, protection of his own kin, of other kin he gave his word to, of humankind in general. For instance, his self-sacrifice to give humankind the knowledge of the runes, of writing, of power, basically, of the logos, if you want to get all academical, theological. So Odin, unlike other entities, he shared his knowledge of the logos. Mind you, that's a big difference. So, but Jung might have had his reasons for, as he had during the war, for going against the specific deity. That little tin pot dictator had nothing to do in comparison. He was actually the exact opposite. Because you see, another aspect of Odin was or is that he is a god of nobility. He is the god of the nobles, of everything that is noble, and everyone who is noble. He's Inhel Jarl. That means a Jarl is technically a master, like a lord over yourself. Inher Jarl. They are lords over one person. Inher, over one sir. They were lords over themselves. They were transcended. They were very special people, and not in the way that millennials use the word, oh, you're little special people. and give trophies to people who don't deserve them. No. Those were people who transcended by their own deeds the realm of the average. They were way above average. They were very unique individuals, highly skilled and able of self-sacrifice in a way that when they passed away, they became lords over themselves. That should be the proper understanding of the word Einherjar Jarl. But again, feel free to discuss. And this is secrecy I'm sharing to show a little about that culture that other religions tried hard to destroy and yet they couldn't. And if you doubt me, which day of the week is it today? You tell me. In English. Just think a little about that after you told me the day of the week. So now it's still there. Those entities are still around. As Jung touches, actually Jung is kind of, by the text, he's kind of scared of realizing that those things are pretty much still around. You haven't, and this, I'll give him credit. But you know, the problem with the devil is that only half of what it says is a lie, correct? So, yeah. It starts as the usual academic presentation from the 19th and early 20th century, which is okay, it's fun to read. It was a different time, so the approach was also different. Wotan. In Germanie naestrunt diverses sectes. My Latin teacher used to love my Latin in university. He literally said it, almost shouted it. He had a self-orgasm. I don't know why. He liked me. I remember him saying to the whole class, I love the Latin accent, but because I used to overdrive it a bit for the for the giggles. Once I realized that he really enjoyed it. Anyway, it's that pretentious thing that he shows how many languages he knows, right? It's the classical academic pedantism. I'm not going to use accents from now on. I just wanted to tell you what this. But he mentions something in French. C'est prochain fort de l'erreur paganisme, la cœur captif et petite récepte, feront retour à payer la vaidisme. I don't know if the pronunciation is correct, but bear with me. Prophecies de Maître Michel Nostradamus. Wow, is it true? Was Jung already referring to that hack? But do forgive me, I have a hard time believing in Nostradamus. Too vague. Could mean anything. And usually, every single American election, you realize how pushed this actually is, because they cite the same, almost the same, usually prophecies, if you can call them that, vague poetry about the new president. It's the same. They say, oh, now it's the Antichrist. It's always the Antichrist. Every single American president by their own media. What makes me think? But anyway, maybe the Iranians are right. Maybe they are the great Satan, because if every time a president gets elected, he's the new Antichrist that is coming to destroy the world, maybe by their own American media. I mean, who am I to discuss? I mean, they are saying it, not I. So, translating. In Germany shall diverse sects arise, coming very near to happy paganism. The heart captivated and small receivings shall open the gates to pay the true tithe. Well, tithe is a practice of Judaism. that early Christianity and some Christian religions that should be called sects still apply to this day. I personally, my personal opinion, uh, have reasons to think it's a really good practice, because the reason of the teeth, and one of the big advantages that Judaism might have had across time, is that they help the poor and needy with the teeth. If they really help them or not, that's another say. I met some Jewish friends who begged to disagree, because they are self-made, literally, because they went against their own colony to succeed. So they were kind of disgruntled when the rabbis, who always refused them help, came to ask them for help for the teeth when they became successful. And believe me, they didn't have any help at all from those people. But it's another topic. Great people. I don't have, but again, I'm just telling it as it is, as what I've seen personally. So I can be wrong, I can be right, but this I have seen, I have heard, and that's that. You can lecture me otherwise, but good luck with that, because I know what I've seen and heard. So basically, what could be saying, because Nostradamus wrote that in 1555. He could actually, because they're still paying the teeth, he could be actually talking about Protestantism, the rise of Protestants, who were closer to what they call paganism, that basically not, it's actually early Christianity that Catholicism hijacked. Long story. Constantine, the guy who patched up and put together the Bible, refused to convert to Catholicism when he was dying, in his dying bed. He called Arians, who he kicked out. And no, I'm not talking about the imbecilic early 20th century Aryan perception by German pseudo-intellectuals. I'm talking about something completely different. You need to inform yourself better about that. There was a movement inside Christianity, in early Christianity, and they were called Arians, and they being like Catholics managed to kick them out when Constantine was forming the Bible. So because of inner politics and power and all that. But yeah. Nostradamus might just as well be referring, just to cross-examine, just to counter, right? He might just have been referring to the rise of Protestantism, of the Protestant movements and Lutheranism and all that, because in comparison to Catholicism, they were kind of heathens, so pagans, heathens. Technically the same according to Christians. Am I right? Am I wrong? You tell me. But yeah, there's that. So he's mentioning that as an example, that paganism might be rising up again, as allegedly predicted by Nostradamus, who predicted different things with the same verse somehow across time and history. Some people are very keen to promote him for reasons I ignore, because it's really too vague. Could be anything, could be anyone, could be nothing at all, could be just a mumbling lunatic or opportunist, just like Jung. But, oh man, he worked hard. He had a degree, several degrees. He was a very clever man. He was highly academic. I'm not debating that. You can be an academic, you can be a genius, and you can still be a hack. Okay, maybe he got away with it because he had his back by pieces of paper, so written by other people who might have their own ulterior reasons, as the person who as the person who somehow gave that buffoon, what's his name again? Yeah, Marx, his diploma after a week, and without being cross-examined, gave a degree in philosophy, not economics, philosophy. And those are two very different fields. So I'm very skeptical about academia, having been an academic myself, for reasons I have mentioned in the past, and just a few. That's just the tip of the iceberg, and all the mess I have seen inside academia that left me with no other choice for my soul integrity to leave academia altogether. But I talked about that in videos in the past. So if they're still around, if they haven't deleted it, erased, because there is some erasing about things I wrote and did across the internet. You know what? Maybe it's a good thing. Thank you. Yeah. When we look back to the time before 1914, we find ourselves living in a world of events that's I'm quoting Jung, okay? Which have been inconceivable before the war. We were even beginning to regard war between civilized nations as a fable. Because after the Napoleonic Wars, Europe really got their shit together and say, hey man, we shouldn't fight each other. Look the size of the mess. So they made the concert of Europe, that Germany tried its best to shatter by pushing Austria in First World War. No, Germans did not start the First World War, nor the Second, but they did push hard for those two wars to happen. Much to their detriment, because as usual, they end up losing everything. So, classical Germans. We were even beginning to regard, well, yes, thinking that such an absurdity would become less and less possible on our rational, internationally organized world, which would be the world of Odin. And then you say, what? But he was a mystical. He was the shamans. They were the scientists. They were the doctors of the time, mind you. Times change, and with them usually titles and names, but the function is technically the same. The reason that those shamans dwelt in the in the metaphysical was to try to figure out how to cure people, how to help people usually, or help themselves by helping the tribe, because otherwise the tribe would gather and fucking kill them because they were just one person or a couple of people top. So they had a very important function in a tribe. They were the conscience of the king back then, the shamans. They were the only ones usually who had the power enough to come to a king who was enraged or doing shit and say, hey man, maybe you shouldn't do that. The people are going to freak out. And then if the king, I don't know, I know what I'm doing, you don't know shit. They couldn't really kill the shaman because it was usually the only one or the only group of people that could cure the king if the king got ill, and have helped probably the king so many times that the king owned them big. So to kill the shaman, you understand? So, and of course, if the king kept on misbehaving, the shaman would just put some crazy fruits in his drink, and the king would either eat grass for a couple of months, putting himself to the ridicule, or depending on the atrocities the king had committed, just die mysteriously. So that's how much power shaman had. He was the conscience of the king. The jester came later, but you get my gist. I hope, for your own good, because that's what it was. So, unless you can prove otherwise, then I'm open for conversation. And what came after the war was a veritable witches' Sabbath. Yeah, because when governments fail, people turn. I just said about the shamans, correct? When governments fail or they start doing too many mistakes, people turn to the holistic. They turn to escapism. They turn to something else, because nobody likes to be sent to dig a hole that you have to be there for years, swimming in mud and dead rats. Like you start looking for answers elsewhere when all the state does is to put you in a shithole, literally. Forgive my Latin, but that's what happened. You couldn't get out of that hole during rain or whatever, so you had to do your necessities there. So it became basically a shithole. So everywhere fantastic revolutions. I don't think revolutions are fantastic, but it's open for debate. Violent alterations on the map, reversions, because the problem with revolutions is always the counter-revolution. Odd, it's always the same thing and nobody thinks about it. And what after the war? Violent alterations of the map, reversions in politics to medieval or even antique prototypes. Yeah, because if the modern prototypes fail miserably, if millions die, people are not really dumb, regardless the academic arrogance. People are actually very smart if you just pay attention to them. So, yeah, if the current government's goal is to eliminate people in their millions in the most horrible, despicable ways, in an industrialized manner, they will rather live in medieval times, thank you very much, because then you actually have more time freed for yourself. Do you get the point? I mean, we are talking about First World War and the revolutionary periods and all that. Of course, people would choose anything but that if the consequence, direct consequence, the obvious, clear, everywhere to be seen, is death and destruction. Of course, people will rather go back in time if they can, so than to have to live through this hell, the flat-out dystopia, nihilistic dystopia that is war. So, I mean, the pagans, the old, at least they knew that war was horrible. Like, if you go to the Romans, right, or the Greek, like Mars or Ares in Greeks, Ares' kid's name was Phobos and Deimos, right? Fear and damnation, if I'm correct. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a while that I haven't talked classical Greek, but as far as I remember, I think that's what it means. So it's kind of, the message is clear, right? What war brings, what war gives birth to, right? Fear and destruction, or damnation, or however you want to call it. Or even antique prototypes, totalitarian states that engulf their neighbors and outdo all previous theocracies in their absolutist claims. Oh, how dare people try to live their own way, free from trouble. Persecutions of Christians and Jews, of course, he has to touch the topic. It's inevitable. Wholesale, political, that's their main concern. And if I was one of them, I would be concerned about that too. Why wouldn't I? Right? Pertains me. I don't want to be persecuted. Wholesale political murder. And finally, yeah, the blessings of socialism, right? When the state has the monopoly of first, that's what you get. And finally, we have witnessed a light-hearted piratical raid on a peaceful, half-civilized people. With such goings on in the wide world, it is not in the least surprising that there should be equally curious manifestations on a smaller scale in other spheres. In the realm of philosophy, we shall have to wait some time before anyone is able to assess the kind of age we are living in. Who wrote that text? But anyway, no, philosophy actually is very swift about those things. You'll doubt me, watch the Diogenes dialogue on Plato's depiction of man. Philosophy is very swift. Now, sophistry, that's something else, right? Don't confuse sophistry with Sufism. Those are two completely different things. I actually like Sufism. I can't stand sophistry. It's like an insult to my intellect. But Sufism, pretty nice. But in the sphere of religion, we can see at once that some very significant things have been happening. For anything, Hitler used to persecute pagans. If you don't know that, there you have it. In his book, he was rabid, mocking and criticizing severely the new neo-pagans that were emerging. It was high in the scope. He made fun of them. He couldn't stand them. He thought they were weak and feeble-minded because, the irony, if it ceased to be, you should let it go. Oddly enough, neo-Nazis should apply that to their ideology because Hitler failed miserably. So according to Hitler's own definition, they should let it go because it failed, if you haven't read the memo. We need feel no surprise that in Russia the colorful splendors of the Eastern Orthodox Church have been superseded by the movement of the godless. Indeed, one breathed a sign of relief oneself when one emerged from the haze of an Orthodox church with its multitude of lamps and entered an honest mosque. Interesting that he's praising those people. Very interesting. That's for the debates, for the considerations. Again, I cannot read minds, but what an odd coincidence that he's trying to promote that specific religion. Doesn't surprise me. Where the sublime and invisible omnipresence of God was not crowded out by a superfluity, spiritual level of the scientific reaction, it was inevitable that 19th century scientific enlightenment should one day dawn in Russia. Well, that's what Nietzsche saw. So that what technically drove him nuts when he realized what was going to happen, the nihilistic ideologies that were rising because people didn't need religion anymore because technology superseded it, like fulfilled all its needs, all the people's needs. So they would drop, but one of the possible consequences, and Nietzsche and some others seen it, Tolstoy, and that almost drove them nuts, was that nihilism would take over materialism, and materialism, blind materialism, might lead to nihilism, and if it led to nihilism, the consequence might be tens, hundreds of millions of deaths until people could figure a way out of that or die altogether. This is what happened with the rise of socialism and all its factions, communism being one. If you don't know, communism is revolutionary socialism. It's the kind of socialism that believes that in order for socialism to really happen, it really needs a revolution. And what do you mean by a revolution? It's not a development, it's not in the academic sense, it's like the slaughtering of anyone who disagrees with you. That's what a revolution is. When society collapses, the social tissue is corroded and there is no order anymore. There's a very good painting from Orozco called, I believe it's called The Revolutionary, that you can see the icon of like a person in full revolution mode. And it's someone with blood in his hands, a knife or a machete in one hand, and booze in the other. And the person is screaming in its own ignorance and absolute irrationality. And or I believe it was Orozco, if not Siqueiros, who painted that I consider to be one of the biggest masterpieces, because it's one of the few who actually depicts a revolutionary in its natural state of mind. That is no mind at all, because you have to shut down all empathy for once you are deep into a revolution. But that's for another topic. But to illustrate the times that Jung, so you can better understand what the heavens is Jung talking about. Here he's talking about that period, that the painting from Orozco, if not Siqueiros, of the revolutionary screaming in his own irrationality, completely drunk, because you have to be to do the horrible things that a revolutionary does during a revolution to survive, or for your side to win. So, yeah. So he criticizes orthodoxy, although it was the only glue that really held Russia together back then. And the reason that the Russians actually got orthodoxy was because they're. But of course, Jung had to take a hack at that, because it's not his culture, and he represents people that are fighting, and he supports. To what level, I don't know. I'm not him, I cannot tell you. But he kind of admired and endorsed their behavior, or rather misbehavior, because it was a part of his clique to take advantage of the situation, so it seems. So, of course, he has to hack down in the Orthodox Church. The reason that the Russians got the Orthodox Church as their church, they called all the other religions, and they all came and they showed what they were about. And when the Orthodox Church arrived and they did perform their rites and the Mass, this king was so impressed that he decided that this was something that the people should have. All this fine and beauty and spiritual in its magnitude that Orthodox Church can have, or used to have. Again, I have to agree with Nietzsche in the sense that religion has been supplanted by technology. Technology is way better and much more useful than religion currently. So, and thank God we, pun intended, we are overcoming, hopefully, seemingly, the nihilistic times, the natural consequence of the embracing of full-blown materialism, that there is no heaven or hell to punish or uprise you. What if, right? And you consider the option at heart. So you're on your own, kid. And that can be good and that can be bad depending of who you are. Very interesting. So yeah, you don't need mommy and daddy anymore. You are now a teenager. So humanity was in its teenage years, I so believe. We are hopefully coming out of the teenage years, but that's yet to be seen. Again, personal opinion. Quote, but what is more than curious, indeed piquant to a degree, is that an ancient god of storm and frenzy I would say of knowledge and nobility, those who really know that old religion, they know what Odin represented. The long quiescent Wotan should awake, like an extinct volcano, to new activity. In a civilized country, Woden, he represented civilization. He is the god, technically speaking, of civilization and development. I mean, he is the All-Father. He is the father of all the gods. He is civilization itself. But here he's depicting him as devil incarnated, apparently. In a civilized country that had long been supposed to have outgrown the Middle Ages. Well, pagans were before the Middle Ages. The Middle Ages were actually very Christian. Thank you very much. We have seen him come to life in the German youth movement. Wasn't Odin an old god? How the hell youth movement? But again, Jung, propaganda. I mean, Jung was one of the people who defined propaganda. By his use of psychology, he could, operate in that, as Aldous Huxley kind of hints at and points out that he is one of the main responsible for the current propaganda. He is one of the fathers of modern propaganda. We have seen him come to life in the German youth movement, and right at the beginning of the blood of several sheep was shed. The animal pertaining Odin was not sheep. By the way, if we are going to be, and it's odd that this is coming from Jung, someone who studied truly archetypes and their aspect, and the aspect of all the religions and all this. Like, his study in tarot is actually interesting. Jung had knowledge of archetypes. You didn't sacrifice sheep for Odin. Sheep was not for Odin. So, but hey, right? Several sheep was shed in honor. Oh, I think he means people. Again, people was not the sacrifice for Odin, not really, no. And definitely not sheep people. His sacrifice was something else. Was shed in honor of his resurrection. Armed with rucksack and loot, blonde youths and sometimes girls as well were to be seen as restless wanderers on every road from the North Cape to Sicily, faithful votaries of the roving god. There is an entity that is roving, is very roving. Odin can be understood as a wanderer. He was a wanderer. He was not a rover. Careful with semantics when you talk with academics, regardless of their age. They try to get you with semantics. The troubles of modern propaganda are semantics. That's where they get you, because most people don't know the several meanings of each word, and it gets tricky. So, and they don't care, they don't have time because they have to work. They have a life, unlike most academics. He was a wanderer god because he had to search knowledge where knowledge was. But a roving god, or entity, as I prefer to call them, in a more rational way, of course, that was someone else, someone they had to chain to stop roving and destroying things. But we'll get there. I think Those who know already get a hint of what entity we are actually talking about, and it's not Odin. The problem was not Odin. The entity that Hitler might have represented, or allegedly even worshipped, I don't know. I don't think it was the case. Hitler, a communist, like, if you don't know, Hitler was a communist that was disappointed because about communism, or rather tried to make his own version, as communists usually do, of communism. But again, another topic. But point being, there's another entity from that same culture that represents the roving god. But I'll get there, don't you worry. Later, towards the end of the Weimar Republic, the wandering role was taken over by thousands of unemployed who were to be met with everywhere on their aimless journeys. Again, Odin did not represent the unemployed. He was very much employed. Even his poorest form, Bolverk, was very well employed and highly skilled. That was his trait all along. He was a highly skilled, even when he was hiding, he was highly skilled, highly employed, or employable, not unemployed. He's not the god of the unemployed, I can tell you that, right off the bat. And anyone who knows a speck of that original religion knows that what I'm saying makes absolute sense. Who were to be met everywhere on their aimless journeys. By 1933, they wandered no longer, but marched in their hundreds of thousands. The Hitler movement literally brought the whole of Germany to its feet, like some other god, some other entity, not Odin, but some other entity, because Odin, he would uplift people, he would not bring people to their knees. Pretty much the contrary. Odin itself, because he was put on his knees and he had to uplift a new king because of that. But semantics and their problems related. From 5-year-olds to veterans, and produced a spectacle of a nation migrating from one place to another. Not true, Germany was always there. Wotan the Wanderer was on the move. It was not Odin who was in the move, it was the prophecy pertaining that specific religion that was in the move. And I think some people can start to realize, if you know anything about that old religion, who I'm talking about. And it's definitely not Odin. It's his counterpart, but let me get there. And I will, by symbolism alone, I might be able to illustrate that. But again, I cannot read Jung's mind, but I read a lot of his material, I read a lot of what he had to say. I went as far as to read his personal impressions in the castle that he bought, that he had to sell because he got scared when he was doing research of the supernatural, because he literally starts seeing very interesting story. I think I talked about it on previous videos as well, because it's fascinating. Brought from 5-year-old veteran, he could be seen looking rather shamefaced in the meeting house of a sect of simple folk in North Germany, disguised as Christ sitting on a white horse. Odin did not ride a white horse, but again, so if symbolism is being taken into place. By the way, the white horse has always been a thing in the northern part of Europe, that North Germany, as Jung describes. Jung knew it pretty well. and if he didn't, I will gladly explain very briefly. That was a tradition that the Northern Germans, who were, I believe, Saxons, they owed obligation to the Danish kings, Danish pagan kings, and they had to give every Danish coronation they had, because Denmark was the spiritual center of Scandinavia back then. I know they want to say, Swedes love to say it's Uppsala. Uppsala was one of the centers, but the old archaic original religious center of the Scandinavians, of the Nordics, of the Northern Europeans, Germans included, was the regions of the Danish Isles. So, and I'm not going to dwell too deep into that because this is not what I want to talk about in this video. So they paid 100 white horses in obligation to the Danish pagan king. I think the tradition went to the Christian kings, but I'm not sure about that. If you know anything more, please tell me. Tell others, share the knowledge. I do not know if these people were aware of Wotan's ancient connection with the figures of Christ and Dionysus, but it's not very probable. Oh, believe me, they know. Wotan is a restless wanderer who creates unrest and stirs up strife. Now here, now there. No, he always did that with a purpose, and it was always usually related to an enemy or someone who was abusing people. Then Odin would show up in secrecy, be tormented by the abusers to make sure that those people were misbehaving, and then, and usually kings, again, god of nobility, he dealt and dwelt with the local nobilities and punished them if they misbehaved. The shaman, the king's conscience. So, before Christianity came along, made mockery out of science and put a jester in its place. Because under Christianity you had to pretend to be an idiot to keep your neck. So is a restless wanderer now here, now there, and works magic. Well, the science of the day, right? That the people, ignorant people, but in the Bronze Age and such, would say, "Ooh, this is magic," or like scientific knowledge or knowledge about plants and herbs and animals and the human body, but magic, because they didn't have time. They had to. Life was much more brutal back then than it is today. He was soon changed by Christianity into the devil, and only lived on in fading local traditions as a ghostly hunter who was seen with his retinue flickering like a will o' the wisp through the stormy night. In the Middle Ages, the role of the restless wanderer was taken over by Ahasuerus, the wandering Jew, which is not a Jewish but a Christian legend. I won't discuss with Jung there because I don't know enough about that. So he might definitely have known more about it than I probably will ever. The motive of the wanderer, but when it pertains my specific culture, Jung should listen. The motive of the wanderer who has not accepted Christ was projected on the Jews, in the same way as we always rediscover our unconscious psychic content in other people. At any rate, the coincidence of anti-Semitism with the reawakening of Wotan, again, I will hopefully prove until the end of Jung's texts that this is indeed not Wotan, it's actually his nemesis. Now some people got the hint, but I'll be more detailed. You'll see. Even by their own icon, the fascists and Nazis' own iconology, like the icons that they used, they were worshipping, if it was indeed worship, not Odin. Oh, but there's this painting of a guy that looked exactly like Odin before Odin came to power. Yeah, the same guy painted also a ginger guy and several other guys as Odin. You know, like he happened to painted very common types in Germany and Austria. Uh, so people would identify with the original culture, right? So yeah, by accident, by chance, it was similar because he was depicting a characteristic, typical type of the place, right? So of course, could be anyone. The motive of the wanderer who has not accepted Christ was projected in the Jews in the same way as we always rediscover our unconscious, yeah, all that. I just wanted to emphasize that because it's an interesting notation. The German youths who celebrated the solstice with sheep sacrifices, again, sheep is not for Odin, were not the first to hear. Who eats sheep? Wolves? Another hint. To hear the rustling of the primeval forest of the unconsciousness. They were anticipated by Nietzsche, and this is why I wanted to do this in the forest originally. They were anticipated by Nietzsche. There we have it. Nietzsche was one of the first to tap into this knowledge of because he was a very intelligent man, he could foresee what would happen. Schuller, by the current trends, right? Like the possibility, theory of possibilities, let's put it that way. Schuller, Stefan George, and Ludwig Klages. The literally tradition of the Rhineland and the country south of the Main has a classical stamp that cannot easily be got rid of. Every interpretation of intoxication and exuberance is apt to be taken back to classical models, to Dionysus, to the pure Aeternus, and the cosmogonic Eros. No doubt it sounds better to academic ears to interpret these things as Dionysus, but Wotan might be a more correct interpretation. And here's one of the biggest mistakes of Jung about archetypes. So he's either doing, again, I cannot read his mind, so I cannot say with certainty, but I can make educated guess. He's either like intentionally or woefully mistaken, but he is mistaken. So he's either doing that for the sake of propaganda because he's afraid that the original European cultures rise, or he's, messing with it, like confusing it, making it confuse in a way only academics can do by sophistry, cheap sophistry in this case, actually, because it's very easy to see through, because you see, there's a problem with all this because there's record of people, if you read the Havamal, the sayings of the High One, that technically should be what Odin recommends and what he does, the way he acts, and how you should act according Odin or the High One, or however you wish to call it, or him or her or whatever. He is telling you, don't get drunk. There are passages in the Havamal that clearly state, don't get drunk, because you look like a fool. You talk too much. You will be shamed. And you are at the mercy of other people when you get drunk. So this is why drink, sure. Don't get drunk. Drink politely to honor the guests or the hosts when you are a guest. Do not get drunk. So Dionysus was all about getting drunk and having spiritual experiences by drunkenness. Odin was the exact opposite, which starts to prove the point that Odin was not a raging alcoholic as neo-pagans some, usually not from original European culture stock, let's put it that way. He was not a Dionysus. Odin was definitely not a Dionysus. He was the exact opposite of a Dionysus. He was in absolute control. And there's several, if you want to talk icons, if you want to talk archetypes and archetypical figures and archetypical behavior, that is Jung's field, that's his whole point, technically, his whole legacy mostly, archetypes, human archetypes, right? There is another. Don't go to the Havamal then. Go to something more specific. Go to when Freyr, the god of fertility, snooped into Odin's throne in Valaskjaf to look at the world. That Odin used to do it every morning, but Odin was gone, so Freyr went out, sneaked himself into that throne, and this was the downfall of Freyr. Because Freyr did not have the self-control that Odin had. And this is what doomed Freyr, or Frey, more properly not to be confused with Freya, his metaphysical sister, representative, archetypical sister. Frey, the god of fertility, the male god of fertility, the one who was worshipped in Uppsala. Swedes always competing with the Danes. But anyway, that's when he lost his shit. Let's put it that way, politely. With all due respect to Frey. But as Miyamoto Musashi used to say, do not count on the gods, but respect them. Very good advice, even if you don't believe in gods, but something you should do. Because it's pertaining to culture and what people believe, and you don't want to be rude, so respect them, make people happy, people who worship and behave, but don't count on them, as Miyamoto Musashi never did. Do your own thing and let the gods sort it out, right? That's a very intelligent way of handling the whole metaphysical religious situation that some people take too serious. But that's another topic. But the thing here is to disprove Jung, which is not hard to do. He has been disproven several times. So it's not really a core of psychology today. Some people want to bring him back for their own reasons. That is not up to me to judge. That's their problem, to put it short, in simple words, so you can understand my approach. It's not my problem. So it's not hard, at least 100 years after, to disprove someone, correct? If society is developing technologically and in most fields, not all. Politics, we are destroying ourselves because we are obsolete politically. But that's for another topic. So, again, sheep sacrifice is not Odin. Okay? Forget that. That was not his thing. And who eats sheep? We're not the first to hear the rustling of the primeval forest. They were anticipated, the literal tradition of the Rhineland, to Dionysus. No, I just mentioned two examples how Odin was absolutely not Dionysus. He didn't think with his belly, he didn't think with his dick. He thought with his very good brain, functioning brain, that he was constantly concerned that Odin's only fear was to lose his mind. And you see it in the sagas described, and hugging and mooning. So he was afraid that only one of them would return, because if that happened, then, and for obvious reasons, because both hugging and mooning mean something in old language. So, and that's for people who know the Hermetic languages to figure out. Not everybody should have that knowledge, really. It's like not everybody should be able to make bombs. You understand? So it's knowledge. Knowledge is some level of power. Yes. A reason why Odin, the god of nobility, searched for knowledge. That by default for power. So his approach was not war. It was really, he used war to achieve knowledge. That's another topic. But personally, that's not how he operated. So Odin is not Dionysus. Can we already discard that, right? Is there any doubt about that? I just mentioned the sagas, the Havamal. Odin admonishes heavy drinking. That was Dionysus' thing. So already there, completely different. God of fertility, another god, not Odin. Dionysus. Is Dionysus a god of fertility? It seems so. Just like Frey. So, very different. Frey thought with emotions, or acted by emotions. Odin never did. So, let that sink in. Even when Baldur died, he used that as an opportunity to make another spell, or hold another knowledge that only he knew, that actually he used to trick some giant who allegedly knew everything. So that was his trump card when confronting that knowledge giant. Because again, that giant was abusing his power. He would torture and murder the guests in his place if they failed to beat him in knowledge. So there goes Odin to set the record straight. You don't use knowledge to abuse people. You use knowledge to help people. Odin, who self-sacrificed to bring the knowledge of the runes to the people, to the humanity, and the gods and everything, but humanity as well. He shared it with humanity as well, the very humanity he gave life to. So, very different from Dionysus in many ways. I don't doubt Dionysus had self-sacrifice. But hey, here's a thing about pagan gods. And subsequent, the Christians, when they came along, and their saints and all, self-sacrifice in religion per se is what transcends you from the average, from the normal, into the ethereal, into the superior, into the heavenly, is the self-sacrifice. Regardless of religion, even Islam, when you die for the sake of the religion, you become a martyr. You become one of their saints, holy. People will praise you for dying for their religion, because you sacrificed yourself for the sake of others. Do you understand? So one aspect. So to claim, and it's a very common, I see academics using that trick, again, sophistry, correct? That educated trick. Oh, but you see, because Dionysus made, he self-sacrificed, so Odin also self-sacrificed. So therefore they are the same, which they aren't very clearly. You can see Odin admonished drinking. Dionysus praised it. Odin taught with his head. Freya, who would be a more proper representation to Dionysus, taught with his dick and suffered the consequences of that. What Freya did was not he was self-sacrificial. He sacrificed his own well-being for the sake of his dick. It's a long story, and I have a high respect for this God. However, it's because of this God that we are having the current, like if we are going to use mythology or religious symbology or archetypes, it's because of this God, basically, that we are having the current problems in Nordic culture, right? Because that God, the Nordic fertility, is not being protected. It's being completely, it doesn't have, it cannot defend itself. And you can read all this about in that specific text about how Freya lost his sword and his horse, his white horse, mind you, not Odin. Odin didn't lose his horse. Freya did. He did not lose. He gave it away because he was thinking with the wrong organ. So, yeah, read about it. If you're curious, find it out. I'm not going even to say. So, to the pure Aeternus and the cosmogonic Eros. Odin is not really a god of love. No doubt it sounds better to academic ears to enter, you see. Even Jung is clearly aware that he's using academic sophistry in this text. Because men like to brag. This is why. We always put our balls in front of everything we're right. And Jung would be no different. Especially whom he was a disciple of. Ever heard of Freudian slip? To interpret these things as Dionysus. But Wotan might be a more correct interpretation. He's the god of storm and frenzy. The unleasher of passions. No, that's not Odin. He's not the unleasher of passions. He's the retainer of knowledge. That's the difference. He doesn't give his passion away. He holds it. He uses it strategically. He gets laid with giantesses and goddesses and whatever he needs to for strategic purposes to achieve a goal and not just for the lust. And the lust of battle. Moreover, he is a superlative magician, here we sophistry, an artist in illusion, that would be Loki, not Odin. Wrong god again. Who is versed in all secrets of an occult nature. Yeah, Odin as well as Loki, and to be more specific, even go beyond Loki, Utgard Loki, or Ulgar Loki, the out gardens Loki, like out of this reality Loki, right? Like there were several masters of occult nature. Freya was a master of occult nature. So debate again. They want to prove a point, so they use a common trait of many gods to try to stick it to one god only, and so they can compare gods from different cultures. No, my friend, they were different gods, believe me. Different religions, different cultures, different people, different everything. So they happen to have some purposes. It's like the giants, and this is actually very interesting because in Nordic culture, it's actually in a way much more clear because in Nordic culture, they have actually current enemies. Like the Greeks, they got rid, the Greek religion, pagan religion, they got rid of their enemies, the Titans, they beat them already. The Nordic gods, they still stifled with the giants. And the giants, they had their own archetypes. Like they had the god of fire that would compete with Loki in one of the tales of Odgar Loki, actually, in his guard or garden. Like that means a farm usually, and it means like a reality in Hermetic language of Nordic nature. For instance, the 9 realms, right? So some of the realms are called Garda. So it's a realm of reality. It's a reality realm. Maybe I don't know. It's up for debate. I don't want to dwell on that. Back to the topic. Odin is not Dionysus, so that should be clear. Very different approach to issues. Very different behavior. Very different functions, actually. Now, Odin knew. He might have known the tricks of fertility that he learned with Freya, the goddess of love and fertility, the female god that taught him the women's magic. So Odin, because he was looking for knowledge, he gathered all knowledge. So he might have known about those knowledges of other gods, but it was not his specific area of influence. And by magician, he was a shaman, not a magician. Like he was not a trickster. He used of strategy to fight his enemies. So, of course, Sun Tzu wrote, what was it? The first, or the Romans also wrote something similar. The first casualty of war is truth. Right? So he used tricks against his enemies for a purpose, but he was not the magician. Loki was the magician. Loki was the trickster. Nietzsche's case is certainly a peculiar one. He had no knowledge of Germanic literature. What? Nietzsche? Anyway, he discovered the cultural Philistine. And the announcement that God is dead led to Zarathustra's meeting with an unknown God in unexpected form. Well, actually, that's a personal opinion from Jung, because that text can be understood in different ways. It was actually pretty much atheistic text. Atheists love to quote from Zarathustra. Forgive my German. Meeting with another who approached him sometimes as an enemy and sometimes disguised as Zarathustra himself. Zarathustra too was a soothsayer, no, a shaman maybe, a magician, and the storm wind. Oh, I need to read that again. I need to see if it is really there. But, and like a wind shall I come to blow among them, and with my spirit shall take away the breath of their spirit. Thus my future will sit. Truly, a strong wind is Zarathustra to all, Alo. And this counsel gives he to his enemy, and to all that spit and spew. Beware of spitting against the wind. And it's very interesting, because actually the Chinese culture has a god or goddess of wind, funny Sun Tzu Sun, that is also a god of the tree. Very interesting in terms of archetypical comparisons. Different god, but archetypically, every culture has. That doesn't mean it's the same god. It means that that specific culture uses that to fulfill their specific archetypes. It again, it's very interesting that in Nordic culture you actually have several living beings who have their own pantheons fighting, like the Asa that Odin was the king over, fought with the Vanir, that where Freya comes from, and they held peace, but they kept fighting. The giants kept fighting them, and there were elves, and there was several other the dwarves and all that. So each one of their cultures, and you can see it in the Havamal, where Odin starts to describe every one of those self-aware species, right? That each one of them call him in a different way, with a different name and all that. So he's known all across the universe, technically, because all of this, you can read it there, all the different names he has, and what he represents. So the concept that Odin is Dionysus is just nonsensic. To this day, it should be, because academics should stop doing that, because it's an insult to both Odin and Dionysus, right? It's an insult to Dionysus because Dionysus is not that one, and it's an insult to Odin because Odin is not Dionysus. So, if you are to be faithful to, if you are a believer if you chose to be a believer, or fell into it, or whatever, fell into the cauldron, or whatever, you have to bear in mind that those entities, especially because of the times they represent, they demand a whole massive lot of respect. The energy that they muster demands a level of discipline and respect that the average person today has no idea. And how do I know that? Oh, how can you say that? Those religions are dead. Yeah, but I tapped into African religions that are still being practiced, and as a mere slight apprentice, and they taught me a few things. They more helped me than anything else, which I'm very thankful for and will always be. They saved my life more than once, so I'll give them that. Because they did. They cured me of something that three doctors couldn't explain, and they cured me. So, my respect to them. Nothing mental, don't worry. Physical. Something physical. So, but their practices require extreme discipline, self-discipline. Again, this is why self-sacrifice. Okay, that's the epitome of those old religions and of. That's how you transcend. And self-sacrifice, again, it's a hermetic language, can mean different things in different cultures and all that, but it has to do with self-discipline. You can only transcend your default state of ignorance and bliss by overcoming yourself, by sacrificing what you hold dear within yourself for the sake of others, or whatever is it you are aiming for the knowledge you have to give to take. It's very interesting. So I have a notion, since they are combining different religions and cultures into the same archetypes and all, by doing that, I was in touch for a brief time, very brief, with the African religions, and I could see that, oh my God, this is tougher than it looks like. So, and their control to make sure that nobody's pretending or faking is severe. Like they use boiling oil to see, for instance, if someone is in trance or just pretending. It's not a toy game. It's not game, and in so much so that children are not even allowed. Also in the native religions in South America, children are not allowed in their rituals because they can get hurt. Right? Like, Those things are real because they happen. They still happen. It's not gone. I'm pretty much very strong right now. So I'm telling you, like I had a slight innocent notion of the level of reverence, respect, self-sacrifice, physical, mental, psychological distress that it requires to be accepted in the rituals. Do you understand? Because, and this is what those entities represent. They are books of knowledge and practice that, and I say hermetic language, that only those highly developed members of those religions know about. So, to have a general knowledge in current terms, for instance, Freemasonry, that is not old, it's kind of around the times of Nostradamus, they were hijacked, a long story. But it's like how much knowledge about the religion level 33 must have in comparison to a level 3. You understand? So you don't know anything, but you can have a general idea of the ritual, how severe the thing is, because of the things you had to go through to be there, even to be allowed there during their very secret events that they don't let anybody in. But so I had a very brief general idea about the level of reverence and respect, and people treat it so lightly. And they say, "Oh, I'm close to the." You have no idea what you're talking about, because I've seen in the native religions and the African religions what this is really about. When they say those things, all the things you need to go through just to, if you even are allowed by those energies, like it's a whole new reality, you know? Very interesting. And no, you don't use drugs to get to those states, okay? If you believe that you need to use drugs to, you're out of your mind. Some do, some don't. The cult of Dionysus, probably you do need the use of alcoholic beverages. Do you understand? To get that specific kind of energy, to achieve some specific kind of trance. But it's very specific, very entity specific. And you cannot mix those things, because then you're doing something completely different. So, might even be counterproductive. But provided you believe in any of this. If you don't, bless you. Stay the hell away from that. I do not recommend, okay? Because it's probably not for you. So, people are different. Remember that. So, here we have it. And when Zarathustra dreamed that he was a guardian of the graves in the lone mountain fortress of death, and was making a mighty effort to open the gates, suddenly a roaring wind tore the gates asunder, whistling, shrieking, and keening. It cast a black coffin before me, and amid the roaring and whistling and shrieking, the coffin burst open and spouted 1,000 peals of laughter. Yes, Nietzsche, especially at the end of his life, once he realized the talk about sacrifice, materialist sacrifice, like non-God believers would sacrifice so many people, not sheep. I wish it was sheep. They sacrificed people, the atheistic. Yeah. Now I'm going to piss off the atheists. Truth be said, look, if you want to be right, you have to admit, you have to own your own mistakes, okay? Atheists did a lot of mistakes, and we can discuss that, but they did. And they have to be held accountable. If you're going to hold the religious accountable, hold the atheists accountable. And believe me, they need to. Because the 20th century, it wasn't pretty. but what the atheists did to everybody else. But at the late stages of Nietzsche's life, he was completely in touch with the metaphysical. He was, he chose to stay away from humanity because he was so shocked of what he concluded, rightfully so, as we saw with the communist revolutions. Um, he drew a logical conclusion that, a mathematical model, basically, that turned out to be true. That's what indeed happened. And it's still happening until we put a stop to this. Oddly enough, Nietzsche found a solution to it. But in order to find a solution, you need to tap into the unknown. And that's what he did. And that's the danger. If you tap into the unknown, you might lose your mind. And that's why in those pagan or pre-Christian religions, like for instance, the African religions are being in touch with, that they let me take a peep into it. And now I understand why. You have to be physically, spiritually, mentally, psychologically prepared to the unknown. And this is why I'm telling you, drugs are not a must. They actually admonished it. They use drugs to ruin and destroy the enemies. That's what they use their drugs to. But they themselves, to achieve trance, you got to be drug free. Right? If you are blocked, they might use some medicine to kind of unblock certain aspects of your psyche, so you don't need drugs again for the next metaphysical experiences. But they do not have drug addicts running the show. Let me put it that way very clearly. They do not have drug addicts unless it's related to that specific, very specific entity that is unrelated to all the other entities that they might have. But that's a kind of energy that is being tapped into. And we talk about vibrations using scientific knowledge, correct? Everything is vibration, ergo logos. Everything is a word, is noise, is a voice, it's a vibe, it's a vibration. And we are, we are achieving the scientifical, the rational, logical conclusion to what those old religions already were tapping into, right? That everything vibrates. Even what is not vibrating or what seems to be immobile is actually a vibration. So everything is energy, everything is alive, vibrating, alive. But anyway, are you starting to understand hermetic language of the old religions? But let's move on with someone who was tapping into the unknown, but a bit afraid of what, like Jung, he got scared many times and run from it. And I saw that. It angered me when he was describing his experience in the castle that he bought because it was haunted. And when he was that close to tap into the unknown, he ran away. He didn't open the door, and he sold the castle and never. Yeah, because he didn't had, despite being an academic, despite this and despite that, and this is why I started this, also to cause furore, academic trick or practice, right? Not malpractice, practice, right? To call people's attention, call him a hack. Ah, what? How dare you? Right? So now they're going to pay attention to anything I say because they're coming after me. Oh boy, are they coming after me? Burn the witch. But anyway, which I'm not, by the way. I'm not a witch. Okay. I'm too rational to be one. So I hold the position of the original Catholic Church that when somebody came to complain that they were being bewitched, that there was a witch amongst their village, the Catholic authorities would consider punishing the person who came saying that because, come on, if you are a Christian, you don't believe in witches. You see, that's how Christianity was. So witches were nonsense. So if you believe in witch, We have a problem with you. There are no witches, right? That's the whole point of original Christianity. But so yeah, so now you know a little more. And who found that out? A Wiccan who was actually she was going to prove how many millions of Wiccans were, or witches were burned, only to find out it was like both, like it was not more than a couple, like 1,200 or something. Across 400 years. So she was appalled when she realized that actually the original position of Christianity was to disconsider witch accusations and rather punish the person who was claiming that he was under a spell or some nonsense. Because if you are a true believer, it makes sense, right? Think about it. If you are a true believer, if you believe in the power of Christ and God and whatever, how can you be under the spell? Because you either lack the faith, therefore you are the problem, or what's going on? Or you believe in this thing, right? Because if it is affecting you, you believe in that. So ergo, by default, you don't believe in Christianity, so there's something wrong with you. That was their initial approach for centuries, for at least 1,000 years or so. So until they figured out they could make money out of it. But taking land and property of the people they wanted, not killing them though, but taking their property. Killing them would be unchristian. So, but anyway, humanity. The disciple who interpreted the dream said to Zarathustra, "Are you not yourself the wind and shrill whistling which bursts open the gates of the fortress of death? Are you not yourself the coffin filled with life's gay malice and angel grimaces?" So you see, there's one aspect of Nietzsche. He tapped into the unknown, he tapped into subconscious to try to figure a solution to the problem of what the materialists, the atheistic nihilists would do to humanity. He found the solution, that we would individually search and seek for our own physical and metaphysical experiences as a way to counter the over excessive materialism. That would be a solution that Nietzsche found. So new religions would be created, several of them, right? And he wasn't wrong. It's a way out of the materialism. You need to develop your own code of honor, you need to make sense of, you need to read Camus. Camus is what Nietzsche was looking for, the answer. He pointed towards what Camus did. Absurdism. Yeah, if the world is absurd, nothing means nothing. If anything is irrelevant anyway, because at the end of the day, it's who hold the barrel of the gun, right? Or who has the control over the weapons of the gun, who is pointing the gun at you. So let's make something good out of it. Let's, instead of fucking each other like the nihilists were doing with those communist anarchists, and like, oh, you are my enemy, I can just kill you because there's no heaven, there's no hell, so I'm right because I kill you. So technically there is no right. Relativism rose, and relativism, that's hell, because there are things that do work, and there are things that are, and there are things that aren't, and relativism is wrong, and I will eventually make a video about that. But right now I'm trying to disprove, mind you, excuse me, I'm trying to disprove Jung here. Can you give me a break? It's just delicious. Knowledge should be challenged. I'm not doing it in a very academic way, mind you. I'm not. But I have good reason to criticize academic and not to take it serious. I'm actually trying to approach it And an unacademic, that's my goal and whole purpose has been for the last decade or so, to do my own thing, because academics lost their ways. That's my conclusion about the matter. So, and I have plenty of experience to say that. So yeah, because Nietzsche tapped into the unknown, the one of the first things that come from the unknown are, in that sense, Jung is correct. Again, a problem with the devil is only half of what he says is a lie. Because the devil needs to convince you, so he needs to have some truth there. What comes first, because of your genetics, of your ancestry, of the roots, as they put it in plain ways, those are the archetypes that show first when you are trying to make sense of the unknown. And believe me, I have dwelt with chaos for at least 10 years, I know that. Again, mere apprentice. So I'm not all-knowing, that I'm not. But I have transcended a certain level of... Again, remember what I said? Humans always putting their, especially men, always putting their balls in everything, like in front of everything. No. Forget me. We're talking about Jung here. And how I'm going to disprove his ass about Odin. Nietzsche, he tapped into the unknown, and what came because of the kind of energy that Nietzsche had, because of the goal that he had in mind for tapping into the unknown, the entity that might have whispered in his ear might have been Odin, to give him a solution, to save him from what is represented in Nordic religion and mythology as the Ragnarok, right? To solve the conundrum of the Ragnarok, the attack of the giants. So, a more materialistic race, to put it in weird ways. The nihilists of the Nordic pantheon, right? They were nihilists. It's all about death and destruction with those. So, of humans and of the gods, right? So, nihilists, basically. So, yeah. So, of course, that's because Nietzsche wasn't getting laid, like he was not either good at that or completely interested in that, which has much more in common with Odin than any god of fertility, correct? Like, as Tesla, as many highly intellectualized people, they are focused in knowledge. They don't care about and in a way, for the last years, I can completely relate. It becomes uninteresting. It's not a challenge. Yeah, it's really not. People are very simple, very simple. We mystify everything, and that's ignorance. Mystification is ignorance. So Nietzsche's main interest was, and this is why it was not a god of fertility that whispered, if it would be, again, metaphysical representation, okay, archetypical representation, it would not be, he would not be directly connected. His interests, his energy, his vibration was not in the same tone as a god of fertility or goddess of fertility or whatever. It was more on the intellectual level. So probably an intellectual deity or entity would whisper knowledge as the shamans used to do. That's what they were known of doing, tapping into the unknown to try to get a solution to help their tribe. But might have been the case if we believe or if we consider that hypothesis, right? It's a hypothesis, not a theory. So, because I didn't bother proving it. So it's a hypothesis. It's an interesting thing to try to prove. I leave it to others. So he might have tapped into the God of knowledge of his ancestors to help him find a solution to death and destruction. That was something that Odin was constantly doing. If you even bother reading about his stories, the tales about him, he was always roaming to save his people and humanity. He was not destroying them. He was actually cutting the nip in the bud, or the bud in the nip. He was cutting the problems that would lead to destruction. But there was one big problem he couldn't get rid of. So he had to fight, he had to confront that in the end. And Nietzsche might have tapped into that, symbolically speaking, right? Bear with me, because we are literally reading Jung's dissertation on a spiritual deity, right? So if you want to be rationalized and all atheistic about it and all, oh no, but this is a very, mind you, the topic is a deity. The name of this paper is a deity. So that's who Jung was considering. I'm just saying he's mistaken, and here's why. In 1863 or 1864, in his poem To the Unknown God, Nietzsche had written, "I shall and will know the unknown one, who searched out the depths of my soul and blowest through my life like a storm." Interesting. Odin blows life into humans. Ungraspable, and yet my kinsman. Yeah, Nietzsche was in touch with that vibration, with that specific energy that pertains that specific God, because he was searching for knowledge. He was searching for a solution to a problem that was going to affect the entirety of humanity, not just his kinsmen. I shall and will know thee and serve thee. 20 years later, in his Mistral song, he wrote, "Mistral wind, chasers of cloud, killer of gloom, sweeper of the sky, raging storm wind, how I love thee. And we are not both the first fruits of the same womb, forever predestined to the same fate?" In the dithyramb known as Ariadne's Lament, Nietzsche is completely the victim of the hunter god, stretched out shuddering like a half-dead thing whose feet are warmed, shaking by unknown fevers, shivering with piercing icy frost arrows, hunted by the all-thought, unutterable, veiled, horrible one, though huntsman behind the cloud, struck down by lightning bolt, though mocking eye that stares at me from the dark. Oh, this is so close. But this is because Nietzsche is in the same vibration. As an artist, I can relate. Does I lie like to the sensation? Writing or reading, twisting, tormented. Again, you have to transcend, you have to supersede the physical thing, because it's all in the mind at the end of the day. So, with all eternal tortures, smitten by thee, cruel huntsman, though unknown God. Well, that's actually a reference to a Christian God, but whatever. Like thunderbolts and all that, punishing humanity and all. If you dare to read Nordic mythology, Odin never really punished humanity for anything. He didn't punish humanity. He punished bad kings and deities or entities, the giants and all that, like individually. Odin operated in an individual level, not in a general. When it was a general level, he usually led to other, like the Valkyries, they were sent to bring the warriors to his realm for the end of time, right? He was preparing to a last ditch defense of humanity, and all that was good and knowledgeable and wise and fair, right? So all that made sense, the conscience, right? The conscient world, the world that makes sense, order. Odin was defending for order, not against it. He was preparing fortress defenses. Bulwark is a name for boulevard, right? So he was a building god, not a destruction god. This remarkable image of the hunter god is not a mere dithyrambic figure of speech, but it's based on an experience which Nietzsche had when he was 15 years old. Interesting. That's usually around the age that people get spiritually touched, because now they are sexually matured, so different energies take over. Different vibrations take over. This is actually very scientific. It's nothing magical about it. Do the research. It is described in a book by Nietzsche's sister, Elizabeth Forster Nietzsche, as he was wandering about in a gloomy wood. At night, he was terrified by a blood-curdling shriek from a neighboring lunatic asylum. Well, what does that has to do with spiritual? And soon afterwards, he came face to face with a huntsman whose features were wild and uncanny. Okay, I get it now. Settling afterwards, he came face to face with a. By the way, it's the first time I'm reading this, but I knew I could just tackle it because I know what he might be talking about. So, and if I don't, I'll learn. Like, I knew about the text, I knew what it is about, but I never really went through nitty-gritty as I'm doing right now. This is being recorded. My first read of the actual document Jung wrote about the matter, not somebody else's opinion about the matter, and how I react to it. The huntsman blew, setting his whistle to his lips in a valley surrounded by wild scrub. The huntsman blew such a shrill blast that Nietzsche lost consciousness, but woke up again in Porta. Oh, did the guy rape him? It was a nightmare. It is significant that in his dream, Nietzsche had a spiritual, again, the power of that kind of energy when it hits you. And I've seen that in those African rites, and I've seen only a speck of it. I haven't seen much, but I have seen a speck of it. That energy does take you down. Some people might lose consciousness, but woke up again before. It was a nightmare. It's significant that in his dream, Nietzsche, who is in reality intended to go to Eisleben, that's why he ended up, right? Luterstown discussed with the huntsman the questions of going instead of Teoschenthal, Valley of the Germans. Not specifically of the Teuto, the original people that populated the whole Nordic area of Europe. So, like Germans, I like to say they're the center, right? But that's the nationalistic movement that came with around the times of Otto von Bismarck and all that, when they were building an actual culture. That was non-existent before Bismarck. Like they patched it together. They had a common language. Logos, interesting to tap into. So, Valley of the Germans. No one with ears can misunderstand the shrill whistling of the storm god in the nocturnal wood. Well, I'll give them that. What I've seen in those, if I'm allowed to say that, with all due respect, some of those entities, they reveal themselves by certain specific kinds of shouts or screams or whistling even, So Yeah, because they're so old that they were before language is the common understanding in those original cultures, right? So another reason not to mess with those energies. They are beyond our current sense of morals. So, was it really only the classical philologist in each that led to the god being called Dionysus instead of Wotan? Or was it perhaps due to his fateful meeting with Wagner? Nomenautics, metaphysics, metaethics. I can tap into that. Psychedelics. Oh yeah, that's what they want to push to people. Use drugs yourself. Stop thinking. May the only thought in your head be, oh, I need a fix. I need a fix. I need a fix. I need a fix. I need a. In his right one, because this is what happened with most drug addicts. Unfortunately, sadly, I know a few. Especially the last months, I've been in touch with a few, and it's sad to see. But some, I might have made a difference. I don't know. Too early. They're in rehab. In his Reich on Raum, which was first published in 1919, Bruno Goethe saw the secret of coming events in Germany in the form of Avery's strange vision. I have never forgotten this title book, for it struck meat the time as forecast of the German weather. It anticipates the conflict between the realm of ideas and life, between Woden's dual nature, no, Woden dual, no, as a god of storm and a god of secret musings. No, he was a god of knowledge. Woden disappeared when his oak fell. Oak is not Odin's tree. So Jung is wrong again. Wrong archetype. Oaks, not Odin's trees. And I'm not going to tell you which ones they are, because that's not my job. Appeared again when the Christian God proved too weak to save Christendom from fratricidal slaughter. When the Holy Father at Rome could only impotently lament before God the fate of the Grex Segregatus, the one-eyed old hunter on the edge of the German forest, laughed and saddled Sleipnir. Well, that's Odin's assumption, or Odin's assumption. The assumption on Odin, according to Jung. And again, I cannot read Jung's mind, so I don't know if he's doing that out of sheer propaganda to smear the culture, the whole ancestry aspect of that specific culture and peoples, or if he's just unaware, if he's just wrong, if he's just trying to figure it out and failing miserably because he lacks. Jung lacked the connection with that specific energy. He does. It's inevitable that he would not know, because this knowledge would have never reached Jung's ears. Because he's not one of them. He's not related in any possible way. And the way he was behaving, the things that he was doing, might even, I don't know, again, I don't know. This is an educated guess, okay? You can think whatever you want from this, because this is basically my opinion based in, like, I'm drawing a conclusion based in the facts surrounding Jung and the people he was hanging out with. You know, those entities were never approaching, because if he was trying to destroy them, they are beyond the physical. You understand? They can see what people are going through, what they want. So if it doesn't pertain them, they will never allow access. So you'll never know if they don't want you to know. Based on what I've seen in those African religions, you understand? Like, it's not like you decide. You don't decide anything. when you are dealing with metaphysical entities. And this is the error that many people currently, they believe they can mess with those entities. No, 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 no. Those entities mess with you. It's very different. Very different. But again, it's our materialistic perception, right? Like we can't really see. We are very limited animal. Doubt me, checked in the spectrum how much we can see in the color spectrum there, you know. It's very limited. We cannot see past the infrared, and like we can't. We have very limited senses in this body, in the material body, that is. There is another creature that is rolling at on the edge of the German forest. But I'm getting there. We're always convinced the one that they try to chain and escape in the end. We are always convinced that the modern world is a reasonable world, basing our opinion on economic, political, and psychological factors. Well, this is what saves us from the unknown. This is why we remain sane. That's what we found that saved us from whatever is out there. So, but if we may forget for a moment that we are living in the year of our Lord, 1936, and laying aside our well-meaning, all too human reasonableness, may burden God or the gods with the responsibility for contemporary events instead of man, we will find Wotan quite suitable as casual hypothesis. And since we are considering casual hypothesis, we might just as well consider other hypotheses. We might consider it's not Odin there. We might consider it's another god or anti-god or giant or giantess. It can be anything, because if Odin is to be taken into the equation, by academic consideration, so should all the others. You understand? It's either none or all together. You understand? Either we accept, okay, so Odin is a possibility, and this is what Jung is doing. Well, then other aspects of that same religion also become a possibility by default. Because if you can't control Odin, can you control the others? So, in fact, I venture the heretical suggestion that the unfathomable depths of Woden's character explain more of National Socialism. What, an atheistic movement? If you don't know, socialism per se is atheistic by nature, by default. There might be some holistic social, but exception proves the rule. I'm sorry. If you want to use science or reason or research, exceptions prove the rule. They're not the rule. They prove it. They're not the rule because they're exception. Right? Semantics. Careful with that. It gets you. That's how academics get you. No, it can't be by design. Odin represents something completely different. He's not a socialist god. Definitely not. He's not a peasant god. Socialism is about peasants in power, isn't that what they say? Like the dictatorship of the proletariat. You see, it's not the state. It's not the state. It's the people deciding. You know, which people? Bureaucrats. Are bureaucrats noble? No, they're not. They're bureaucrats. They're peasants with a stamp. So, definitely not a symbol of voting. There's no doubt that each of these factors explain an important aspect of what is going on in Germany, but Wotan explains yet more. But don't worry, let him elaborate. He's particularly enlightening in regard to a general phenomenon which is so strange to anybody not a German that it remains incomprehensible. You see, Jung's self-admission, he doesn't fully grasp that culture because it does not pertain him directly. So therefore, he probably can't even understand it. But because he can't understand it, so he's concluding that it's one entity instead of another because he can't see the difference. If he can see the difference between Dionysus and Odin, he can't see the difference at all. So he's particularly enlightening in regard to a general phenomenon which is so strange to anybody not a German that it remains incomprehensible even after the deepest reflection. Yes, if you don't belong to the culture, you'll never understand, and this is why those African religions, if you don't have African ancestry, you cannot move further into those religions because it takes root, it takes your own design, personal development to be able to withstand the kind of vibrations or energy, to have the full grasp of the, call it connection, of the events that are unfolding before you in terms of perception once you practice certain things. So, which I'm thankful they enlightened me with when I was very curious about them. So, they were so nice to me and they helped me a lot. I'll always be thankful. I will always be thankful. They did save my life. I don't know if they put me in that situation, but they definitely fixed it, so solved it. So, if they created it, they solved it, fair enough. And then I learned a whole lot of things because of that. So, no pain, no gain, I guess. Physical pain in that case. As perhaps it may sum up in general phenomenon as Ergriffenheit, a state of being seized or possessed. Perception. You realize there's something wrong going on or something very different. So you kind of change gear, right? It's like when you're walking from a hot place to a cold place, your whole body changes, right? It happens the same in terms of the metaphysical experience or the experience beyond what we are used to, right? So, but it is like, look, it's like we're living in a comfortable home, then you go out in the woods, you feel completely different. Physically, mentally, spiritually, whatever you want to define it, it's your body changes. You act very different. You have to. You have to act differently in the woods than you would at home. Survival related. So the term postulates not only an Griffiner or whatever that is, one who is seized, but also an Ergreifer, one who seizes. Wotan is an Ergreifer of men, unless one wishes to define Hitler, which was indeed actually happened. Here's really the only explanation. Wrong, because if he is an Ergreifer of men, correct? Thor is also an Ergreifer of men. He has his own realm in Idavol. He has Folkvanger. It's his palace, it's where Thor dwells. Loki has his, Freya. The giants have their realms. They are Ergreifers of their own. They only lead men to misery and destruction, but Ergreifers nonetheless. And this is why you should be careful with what you're messing with when you enter the metaphysics. If you happen to believe in any of this, if you don't bother. I recommend you not to. Do not touch those things because you can and you will get hurt. So, if you're not supposed to. It's like you're holding a gun and playing with it thinking, oh, look, this is fun and all that because I can play, I can handle that gun. If you don't have trigger discipline and good luck with that, I do not recommend you hold a gun when you don't know. If it is for self-defense, a matter of life and death, debatable, but I hope you get the point. You shouldn't drink poison. You understand? Or you shouldn't drink medicine that can heal people if you may have allergy to that certain kind of medicine. And how the hell would you know if you have allergy to that? Very few people know. They can tell you, but you have to find them. You have to go to a doctor who will tell you that, oh, we just found out you have an allergy after doing research on you individually. You understand? It's not a general consensus that you just hop in and out whenever you want. It's more complex, like everything in life. Once you start dwelling in that, it gets deeper and deeper. Wherever direction you go in life, it, it works like that. It's about perception at the end of the day. That will be our final frontier. And I do not recommend it crossed because there's a reason why we ended up here in the rational world creating this materialistic, that we believe is materialistic reality, right? To save ourselves, probably, I don't know. I wasn't there. But my logical conclusion, why do we have to live in such a limited, right? If we are really souls with like eternal or multidimensional capacity, why the hell did we choose to live here? That was on us. We chose to be here. Why? Why did we choose to self-castrate or self-mutilate or limitate our unlimited, allegedly unlimited spiritual abilities? There might be a reason. We might have found something out there that we don't want around, and this might have been one of the little cracks in the whole pavement of the metaphysical, that we can save ourselves from whatever is out there that we ended up running into this crack here to survive, apparently. So I don't know. It's a take, it's a possibility, it's a hypothesis I'm taking into consideration. Once, a long time ago, I started speculating, hey, but wait a minute. If we are so powerful, if we would be so unlimited and eternal and all that, why the hell did we choose this, specifically this, to procreate our whole species, to survive here? And then I got, I was struck by the unknown, and I realized, okay, that might be a possibility now. Okay, this is why we ended up here, because you don't want to mess around with what is out there if you are not ready, believe me. So, and thus ended my metaphysical spiritual experience the day I realized how far I could go. So, no, it could be anyone or any of those metaphysical deities, because if Odin is to be considered, then the other entities, the giants, the whatever, the people in the Olympus are to be considered as well. Then you open this whole box of Pandora, pun intended, that should be considered as well, right? So if Jung embraced, if he accepted the possibility that Wotan was on the loose, there might be some other entities that might be on the loose, and it might not be Odin, who are ergreifers of men as well. And I've seen that in the African religions and the native religions. They have this possession thing and all that, the trance stages and what they call Barravento, where you literally hear a wind. So they have that. Again, I know very little about it because, as they told me, I don't have their inheritance, so they shouldn't really push me further in those lines down that path, and I'm so thankful. They were there really to heal me, and that's it, right? So, and off I go in my own merry way. So while they fought against each other in their own personal metaphysical battles or whatever they are into, big respect to them all. Powerful people. So, are they still alive? I don't know. Uh, but they have my respect. So it might be another entity. Might not have been Odin. So if Jung is considering Odin, well, consider other entities that are much more destructive than Odin. Odin is not destructive. Odin is a builder. He builds a society. He builds humans. He uplifts men and women. He deletes the people who are bringing humanity and other people down. He's against them, not pro them. He replaces them with other humans who have fairness in their heart. So he replaces them with fair men and women. That was Odin's thing. He had a pet peeve of abuse of power. That was his big pet peeve. You don't abuse power, my friend. You don't exploit people. You don't abuse people. You need people. So it is true that, quote, it is true that Wotan shares his quality with his cousin Dionysus. But Dionysus seemed to have exerted his influence mainly on women. There we have it. Even Jung has to conclude they are very different. The dangerous enough. Wotan confirmed himself to the berserkers, completely different brand of people, who found their vocation as the black shirts of mythical kings. They were not just hunchmen. The berserker, they were very, talk about self-discipline, talk about enlightened people. A very different kind, but I understand why Jung would be drawing that comparison. He wants to prove a point, as academics want to prove a point, so they play with words and they play with imagery, right? To try to sell you a product. So to try to convince you that they might be right and you are an absolute moron if you disagree. So, because how dare you not laugh at their joke? So it's a witty joke. A mind that is still childish thinks of the gods as metaphysical entities. Oh no, oh they aren't they? What do you know, Jung? What do he knew? When he had the chance to experience one-on-one, face-to-face, those metaphysical entities, he ran away like a little bitch. So sorry, Jung, you cannot say that. You cannot use that. But it is the issue, the current problem in academia is that this shallow arrogance, right? Like, if you don't agree with me, you're like childish to dare think different than I do. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Metaphysical entities existing in their own right, which they are, historically, metaphysically proven. So, or else regards them as playful, which they are not playful. Remember, I've been saying all along, although I say they are metaphysical entities existing on their own right, vibrations, if you want to be completely scientific, or else regards them as playful. I've been saying those are serious energies you don't mess with. You shouldn't. You do what you want. I can't stop you. But you shouldn't mess with, because you don't know what you're getting into. You don't know where they go. You don't know. It's like going in a stream, and some streams they have like a current, and the currents are strong, right? And they can take you. Some currents lead nowhere, but some don't have current. But how the hell do you know if you don't know the place, if you haven't read about or been properly introduced to the area or the place or the streams? You don't know which ones have current, how big strong the current, at what time of the day, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of details, right? As playful or superstitious inventions. They are not. Vibrations. Look, old people who are struggling to survive, they wouldn't they wouldn't start developing those conclusions if there wasn't anything there. Now we don't need to think about those things. The whole conundrum that Nietzsche fell into, the despair when he realized, oh God, we don't need the metaphysical excuses because we're so comfortable. Technology has provided us more time and comfort. We can draw more leisure out of everything. So the reality of the unknown, the reality of what is out there in the woods, when your perception is wide open because your instincts are all wide, you need to survive. So new things hit you that you are completely unaware of. Um, A mind is still child. From either point of view, the parallel between Wotan redivivus and the social, political, and psychic storm that's shaking Germany might have. Again, it's very funny, shaking Germany and all. It's all psychic storm. It can all be used to describe another entity of the Nordic pantheon, a much more destructive force, a force that is actually all about destruction and devouring everything on its path. Odin was not devouring everything on its path. Odin set the path straight for everyone who wishes to cross it. He was not a devouring god. He was not a tyrannical father. He was a fair father. Germany might have at least the value of parable. But since the gods are without doubt personifications of psychic forces, which and Jung concluded rationally they might be, to assert their metaphysical existence is as much as an intellectual presumption as the opinion that they could ever be invented. Yeah. Those were forces that existed primordially before humanity was what we know it to be. Those forces existed, and our ancestors had to deal with them until we didn't need to. Remember what I just said? Why are we in this materialistic existence with a very limited perception if we are so indeed an eternal, almost technically, according to some beliefs, omnipresent force? So how can we be so limited, right? So it wouldn't make sense that we would force ourselves into a like hiding behind something if we are indeed that. What's going on there? Why are we hiding? Because we are hiding. So might have at least the value of a parable. But since the gods are without doubt personification, not that psychic forces have anything to do with the conscious mind. Get it? It's coming from a very rational person who was trying to figure out why we say and believe and do those things, right? So he was trying to figure it out for his own whatever benefits, but he was, or his groups or whatever he was defending or not. I don't know, can't read his mind, but I can see the consequences. So, fond as we are playing with the idea that consciousness and psyche are identical, bingo, that's the difference. Conscience and psyche, debatable, right? This is only another piece of intellectual presumption. Psychic forces have far more to do with the realm of the unconscious. Another bingo, right? Only half of what the devil says is a lie. Our mania for rational explanations, like rationality, is extremely limited, by the way. Doubt me, discuss that with any philosophy teacher. They will lecture, they will explain to you that rationality should not be the norm. It shouldn't. Because you're a fucking animal. You need more than just rationality. um, has its roots in our fear of metaphysics for obvious reasons. Like we fear the dark for obvious reasons. We can't see in the dark. We can't see beyond physics. And we chose it that way for some whatever reason. For the two were always hostile brothers. Hence, anything unexpected that approaches us from the dark realm is regarded either as coming from outside and therefore as real, or else as an hallucination and therefore not true. Yeah, to keep us safe, right? From what? The idea of going crazy. Why? Why would we go crazy for tapping with the unknown? The idea that anything could be real or true if we are not ready. If we don't prepare ourselves, like you prepare yourself to climb a hill, or to swim in the deep sea, you have to be prepared. You have to train before you can do that. The same thing applies to the unknown. The idea that anything could be real or true, which does not come from outside, was hardly begun to dawn on contemporary men. Because we don't need to worry about those things anymore, because our objective is to be safe and technically reproduce as animals to ensure our safety. So why live a risque world when you can avoid it? For the sake of better understanding and to avoid prejudice, we could of course dispense with the name Wotan and speak instead of the furor teutonicus, which is an aspect not directly related to Odin but several other deities. Thor, Tyr, and more feral entities as well. But we should only be saying the same thing and not as well, for the furor in this case is a psychologizing of Woden and tells us more than that the Germans are in a state of fury. We thus lose sight of the most peculiar feature in this whole phenomenon, namely the dramatic aspects of the Ergreifer and the Ergreifener. The impressive thing about the German phenomenon is that one man, who is obviously possessed, has infected a whole nation to such an extent that everything is set in motion and has started rolling on its course towards perdition. Again, Odin's objective is not perdition. There are some other entities in the Nordic pantheon that are about perdition, and they are not really, or they have betrayed Odin, or they are not Odin's friends. But they are definitely their iconology, their archetypical force, energy, whatever you want to call it, is perdition. That's their intent. That's what they are designed to do, to be the antithesis, to be antagonistic to entities like Odin, who is not about perdition, is about saving. Big difference. The shaman. It seems to me that Woden hits the mark as a hypothesis. Apparently, he really was only asleep in the Kyffhauser mountain until the ravens called him and announced the break of day, which did not happen to Hitler. It was something related to wolves, wasn't it? Fascism. Well, what's the symbol of the religion or cultural belief that fascism represents? What's the creature? I'll give you a hint. Animal. That the culture that fascism is trying to bring back is the key. That is the reason Jung is writing this, because he's concerned about an archetype being brought back into reality. Which is the archetypical creature that fascism praises and swears to bring back to reality? Is it a one-eyed, dressed in blue man? No. What creature is it that fascism promotes and that Hitler was driven into fascism, away from communism, away from the atheistic perspective into the metaphysical almost, as Jung is claiming? It's a claim, right? Nobody cross-examined Jung, so because he's being promoted, and of course any criticism will be ignored in our current culture. Well, good thing, at least they don't kill anymore as it used to be. So there's development in that in our society. Fair enough. But nobody dare question this until now, apparently. Or many people might have done, but I'm not aware of them, so I have to base myself on what I know. What I know so far is this. Nobody questioned Jung about which one, because based in Jung's rationale, based on what he is using as an argument, this energy is brought back to life and is active. So it wasn't dead, it was just dormant. Which creature was dormant, or rather chained, by the Nordics that eventually would break loose? What creature broke loose from the gods' chains and started devouring everything in its path? What creature fascism was praising and swearing to bring back to our reality as the symbol, the ultimate symbol of their culture, of their cultural achievements? What those creatures have in common, if they are not the same, since I don't believe that a different cultural archetype should be put as the same. They're different forces still, because of several reasons that I'm not even going to dwell, because you won't even believe half of it. You have to see a little of the things I saw to start understanding even where I'm coming from. So, because this is all not according to me, what I'm saying is based on what others have concluded. I'm just parroting them, basically. But what creature? What kind of animal that the Nordic gods chained and broke loose? And what kind of animal that fascism was initially praising as the culture that should be, everybody should adopt that, or at least their culture should be about that. So, talking about archetypes, what archetype, right? I can tell you one thing, it wasn't human, it wasn't even human. The archetype was not human, it was animalistic. So, and there is a symbolism in that. Reason why we have bullfights, the animalistic against the human. You understand? It was initially a religious practice. It seems that, like the horse stands towards perdition. It seems that to me that Mark Tovan hypothesis separately, he really was only asleep and the Kafar, already read that. Despite their crankiness, the Wotan worshippers, which they are really not, seem to have judged things rational psychic factor that acts under high pressure. Okay. He's a fundamental, apparently he really was only asleep in a Give also heart, the ravens call, and also break of day. His fundamentally attribute of the German psyche, one of the aspects, there are several, all cultures, several aspects. I mean, even Judaism, several aspects. There is not one single aspect. Christianity, several aspects. Islam, that they say is only one book. No, there are eight. There are eight different versions of the book, of their holy book. Okay, so, and two major that are against each other. It's inevitable, it's human nature. There's several aspects to a culture, not just one. Stupid. Classical early 20th century mindset. Industrialization. All size fit one. No. It can happen, but it's not really comfortable, is it? For most people. For some might be. Is a fundamental attribute to German psyche, a rational psychic fact. Odin was not irrational. The whole point is that he was very rational all the time. Remember the tale that when Freyr finally climbed to his throne, what Freyr saw was not what Odin saw, because his focus was in a different area of interest. So, actually, those tales tell you a lot about understanding of where people are because of what they did, what their interests are. So, people are very different, and that's the beauty of the Nordic tales. It shows a whole plethora of differences, not of unity. Unity in differences. Pressure of civilization like a cyclone and blows it away. Look what Jung is tapping into. Semantics, folks, semantics. An irrational psychic factor which acts on the high pressure of civilization like a cyclone and blows it away. Odin didn't do that. Odin was about order. He was demonized by Christianity. This is why he became a scary god of the unknown and of the storm there. Ooh, the wind is blowing. Oh, I can see the demons in the sky. Oh no, let's put those old. But anyway, point being, irrational, which is not Odin, is some other creatures there in the Nordic pantheon, not Odin. Irrational psychic factor which acts on the high pressure of civilization like a cyclone and blows it away. What was an entity in Nordic mythology that would take anything that was built and just destroy it, just consume it, blow it away, literally, right? To shatter everything. Literally destroy the moon and the sun and everything on its path. What was it Odin? No. Which entity was it? And that's my point. Jung is tapping, and yet he does not see it. So I'm just thinking, why doesn't he see it? He's literally using the proper wording to that specific creature that is not Odin, is some other archetype. It's not the archetype of Odin, it's another archetype. Why is he insisting on this when it's not Odin? He is describing here archetypically. So he's either ill-intended, or he's absolutely ignorant, or he doesn't have the metaphysical touch that you might need because it's a different culture he comes from. So they lack the proper understanding of that vibration and kind of energy. So what is it? Ignorance or ill will? Could be ill will, right? Some cultures are based in revenge, and not even revenge, they caused. But anyway, so I have my questions here because he's using the wording that describes another entity very well. Despite their crankiness, the Wotan worshippers seem to have judged things more correctly than the worshippers of reason. Well, I'll give you that because they were tapping more into what they are focused on. What rational people are focused on is anything but the spiritual, right? But the metaphysical. Am I wrong to say that? What are rationalists interested on? What is it that they believe, or they rather conclude, or whatever you want to say? That all this spiritual mumbo jumbo is just nonsense, which it's not. There's a reason why people needing to survive, needing to be careful about every aspect of what they didn't know, figure those things, those archetypes out so they could properly avoid them or deal with them. Why would they need to do that if brutality was everything, right? So there might be more to it, but rationality will never see it, and it might be a good reason. We might have developed rationality to escape whatever is it out there that might want to get us for whatever reason that we don't know. Assuming this is a possibility, as Jung is claiming it is. According to Jung, not me, to Jung, this is a physical possibility. The metaphysical affects the physical, and not the other way around. According to what he's describing here, those energies are active and they can influence people. But he's saying only Odin can. No. If Odin can, others can too. Because that's what those religions were describing. Odin was just one of the forces. One of the main forces, but one of the forces nonetheless. There were others. No, he wants to be Odin because by being Odin, Odin is the All-Father. So if you destroy the All-Father, you destroy a whole culture, right? So could be, I don't know. I can't read minds. Could be just sheer ignorance because he can't tap into that specific, right? As I saw when I read his book, he got scared when he was very close to finding something out and he run. And look, fair enough. If you can't take it, don't do it, okay? If you can't take it, if you can't lift 500 pounds, you shouldn't lift 500 pounds. It's going to break your back. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't swim in the deep if you can't swim. Don't do it. Right? It would be stupid to do it. So I give him that. Fair enough. Run. Run, bitch. Run. Don't mess with that. Now you know. Ooh, there's something. I can see there's something. Me, Jung, a very rational individual, am scared to death because I'm actually perceiving those things. And they are right in the door, right in the other side of the door, waiting for me to open it. Hell no! Rationality, fuck that. I'm running. So I can't rationalize that. And that's the thing with rationality. It's limited. And it has a purpose. It's a tool to protect us from the irrational. Well done. We developed that. We achieved that crown. We should wear it as well when it needs to be worn. When he calls crankiness, because they are reluctant to talk with him because he shouldn't know about those things. He's not ready for that, or not interested even. Apparently, everyone has forgotten that Wotan is a Germanic datum of first importance, the truest expression and unsurpassed personification of a fundamental quality, nobility and knowledge, that is particularly characteristic of the Germans. Houston, other cultures have similars, but they are not the same. Houston Stuart Chamberlain is a symptom which arouses suspicion that other veal gods may be sleeping elsewhere. And there we have it. He's tapping the problem as he did with the spiritual experiences he run from, but he doesn't go all deep. He doesn't go balls deep there. He runs, which fair enough. If you can't stand it, walk away. rather than make a fool of yourself, correct? Which Jung is not making. I love this but I'm saying you might not be correct, right? Because who you are describing is not really that specific. You are describing some other entity, the proper entity of sacrifice of others, not of the self. So, Houston, Stuart Chamberlain, the center, facility Germanic race, common called Aryan, debatable name. The Germanic heritage, blood and soil, the but those were the terms that the Nazis were using, so fair enough, right? The Wagalawaya songs, The Ride of the Valkyries, Jesus as a blonde and blue-eyed hero, which Jesus would be more like a Boulder, but oh no, Boulder was more god of foresight. The Greek motto of St. Paul, the devil as an international outrage in Jewish or Masonic guise, the Nordic aurora borealis as the light of civilization, the inferior Mediterranean races. All this is the indispensable scenery for the drama that is taking place at the bottom. And at the bottom, they all mean the same thing. A god has taken possession of the Germans. A god or an anti-god or a giant or what demonic creature that they had, right, in the Azar tales. They all mean the same thing. God has taken possession of the Germans, and their house is filled with a mighty rushing wind. It was soon after Hitler seized power, if I'm not mistaken, that a cartoon appeared in Punch of a raving berserker tearing himself free from his bonds. Careful with that imagery. The key is right there, as usual, right in Jung's face, and yet he can't see it. It's amazing. Probably I can't see many of the things that he could, but he definitely cannot see that one. Right in his face. Look at the semantics. Read this. He's describing tearing himself free from his bonds. Which other creature in the pantheon did that? Not Odin. He pierced himself and he got loose when he was ready, when he got the knowledge. He didn't tear himself free from his bonds. Like another creature, legendary, well known for doing, the key of many of the end stories of that specific religion. That creature did it. A hurricane has broken loose in Germany while we still believe it is fine weather. Yeah, a storm that devours the sun and the moon. A black sun, so to speak, a black hole of a creature. Very scary creature. Things are comparatively quiet in Switzerland, although occasionally there's a puff of wind from the north or south. Sometimes it has a slightly ominous sound, sometimes it whispers so harmlessly or even idealistic that no one is alarmed. Let the sleeping dogs die. Semantics! Let the sleeping dogs lie. It's right in Jung's face as usual because he taps archetypes, so he will, like Nietzsche, tapped, but when you're not prepared, when you don't have the hermetic language taught by others, it can be in your face and you don't see it. It's very fascinating to read Jung again and see that once more it was right in his face, but he didn't take the step because he couldn't. Right? Maybe rationality held him down for a very good reason. So maybe it was too soon for people to know. Maybe now is the time people should know. Now that it's over. So let the sleeping dogs lie. we managed to get along pretty well with this proverbial wisdom. Funny, he used the image, let the sleeping dogs lie. It's right there. And those who know what I'm talking about, they know. They can see it now if they couldn't before. It's pretty obvious. And no, I'm not going to say the name, because names have power. And they shouldn't be used loosely. But they would pay for tribute to the time of stores and stress in Germany, but when we never mention it, and this enables us to feel vastly superior. I didn't read part of it because he's constantly using this imagery of wind to try to sell his idea, but that's a metaphor that he himself is creating or developing or using to try to prove a point. But there are other destructive forces that can be, like this can be described in other destructive ways. It's not necessarily a wind. It is above all the Germans who have an opportunity, perhaps unique in history, to look into their own heart and to learn what those perils of the soul were from which Christianity tried to rescue mankind. No, Christianity was to keep everybody ignorant for other reasons. One day I'm going to talk about it. Fortunately to us, in a way, they became so ignorant that they forgot the most basic sanitary self-awareness, and thus most died of the plague, including those who were using their power, their religious power, to crush everybody and kill everybody else, or stop people from actually learning or improving or developing, evolving. And so many of the priests died that this broke the control of religion, and we could have science again, right? They couldn't stop science. It slowly but surely came, and during the Industrial Revolution, they couldn't be stopped. So, and by then, the working class, the working man, the previously kept ignorant, could realize, hey man, this rationality thing, this science thing is much better than religion. Because of that, I can have a car, I can afford more to my family, I can live in better conditions, I can work less hours and more efficiently, and so of course they wouldn't want to come back to fearing everything and being afraid of a little turd is telling them they should be afraid of just because he's sitting in the pulpit. You understand? So according to people like Nietzsche, Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, people who realized what was going on and who could foresee or conclude where things might be going, so, and how to tackle them. Where nature never makes more than a pretense. Germany is a land of spiritual catastrophes. That is true. Where nature makes more than a pretense of peace, with the world ruling reason, because Germans are very belligerent. The German men, the disturber of the peace and the culture. Women are great though. Love German women. Is a wind that blows into Europe from Asia's vastness, sweeping in on a wide front from Trace to the Baltic, scattering the nations before it like dry leaves. Or inspiring thoughts of the shake the world to its foundations. Semantics, there's a key right in Jung's face. Thoughts that shake the world to its foundation. Shake the world to its foundation. Much better than a wind blowing leaves. Shake. Something is running in the ground, shaking the ground and shattering the world to its foundations. What is it? It's an elemental Dionysus. Oh, it's not Dionysus. Dionysus has a soft walk. He was a soft speaker, breaking into the Apollonian order. The rouser of this tempest is named Wotan, and that's where he's wrong. The description. He described himself wrong. And we can learn a good deal about him, or rather it is not Odin, from the political confusion and political confusion, not Odin. Spiritual upheaval, not Odin. Not spiritual upheaval. Spiritual order was Odin. He has caused throughout history. For more exact investigation of his character, however, we must go back to the age of myths, which did not explain everything in terms of man and his limited capacities, which me and Jung agree to, we are very limited, but sought the deeper cause in the psyche and its autonomous powers. Fair enough. Man's earliest institutions personifies those powers. Good. He, however, misplaced the powers. Man's earliest institutions personified these powers as gods or animals, like wolves. What was the initial goddess in Rome again? Was it a woman? Was it a wolf? Was it a she-wolf? What was it again? Was it a wolf? I'm not sure. You get the point. We are getting there. By own use of Jung's wording, we are getting somewhere here. An early institution is where this could be done, the more readily accounted for established primordial types or images, like an image of a wolf, which are innate to the unconscious of many races and exercise a direct influence upon them. Because the behavior of a race, wait, I thought that Jung didn't believe in those things, takes on specific character from its underlying images. We can speak of an archetype Wotan, yes, and we can speak of an archetype wolf, and we can speak of an archetype Thor, and we can speak of an archetype, but he is misplacing the archetype, either intentionally or because he can't really understand it or know about it enough. As an autonomous, and there's nothing wrong in that. If it is intentional, yes, there is something wrong. But the other options, okay, I understand, I get it. But if it is intentional, if he's smearing Odin, right, which I hope he's not, for whatever reasons, he shouldn't, because it's not true. And later or earlier, he would be called out in that, as I'm doing. Unfortunately, he's deceased, or I would gladly have had this conversation with him directly, because I have no problem with that. I can dwell in the same academic environments if I want to, if I choose to. I've done it before, so for me it's not a problem. Especially now that I look older, more distinct. Just need to change my suit here. And yes, I'm dressed in this to humiliate any presumptuous, pompous academics that are empty and shallow. Tired of this. They are the cause of many of our current problems. Not me dressed in my robe. The rose of the tempest, no, yeah. Term limited, but primordials, which innate race, Woden, no. As an autonomous psychic factor, Woden produces effect as the collective life of a people and thereby reveals his own nature. Yeah, well, protecting his people, not stupefying and killing them and castrating them with nylon strings like they were doing to people who criticize. No. For Woden has a peculiar, Woden produces, has a peculiar biology of his own, quite apart from the nature of man. It is only from time to time that individuals fall under the irresistible influence of his unconscious factors. When it's quiescent, one is more aware of the archetype Woden than of a latent epilepsy. Could the Germans who were adults in 1914 have foreseen what they would be today? Such amazing transformations are the effect of the god of wind, that bloweth where it listeth. Everything is in its path, and overthrows everything that is not firmly rooted. When the wind blows, it shakes everything that is insecure, whether without or within. Yes, Odin does that. Now, there is an animal that destroys everything, ruins everything in its path, and eats everything and leaves nothing behind, as it happened in Germany twice. And which one is that? It's not Odin. When Odin acts, is to clear the air, is to clear the nature, so you can bring about the good and order and stuff. This is not what happened at the end of World War One in Germany, and it's not what it happened. Definitely not. You can see the imagery of Germany right after World War II. It was not of a flourishing culture. It was destroyed. Everything was destroyed in its path. It was not Odin. He was not taking care of his people. He was getting them killed. That's not Odin. Not the people. Odin only brings the enlightened ones, the elite to his realm, not the everybody in its path. Odin is very selective. There is another energy that is not selective at all. When the wind blows, it shakes everything that is insecure. But there's another force that just destroys everything in its path, and it's not Odin. Martin Ninks has recently published a monograph which is most welcome addition to our knowledge of Wotan's nature. The reader need not fear that his book is nothing but a scientific study written with academic aloofness from the subject. Certainly, the right to scientific objectivity is fully preserved, and the material has been collected with extraordinary thoroughness and presented in unusual, who gives a shit, clear form. But yeah, so Jung agrees with someone that is proving the point he wants to prove. But over and above all this, one feels that the author is vitally interested in is that the chord of Wotan is vibrating in him too. I don't know about that. Jung cannot say that. So this is no criticism, on the contrary. It is one of the chief merits of the book, which without his enthusiasm might easily have degenerated into a tedious catalogue. Ning stretches a really magnificent portrait of the German archetype Wotan. He describes him in 10 chapters, using all the available sources as the berserker, the god of storm, the wanderer, the warrior, the wunsch and mine god, the lord of the dead, and the hero Yao, the master of secret knowledge, the magician, I would rather say the shaman. Magician is something else, is a trickster like Loki, and the god of the poets. Yeah, because he's a god of order. Poetry, what is poetry? It's organized speech. This is why Odin dwells in that. Plus, of course, the myth behind that, but it's an interesting story, how poems are formed. Neither the Valkyries nor why Odin doesn't drink beer, he drinks wine. The god of storm, the wanderer, neither the Valkyries or the Fulgia are the forgotten, for they form part of the mythological background and fateful significance of Woden. Nink's inquiry into the name and its origin is particularly instructive. Now there's a book I need to read. He shows that Woden is not only a god of rage and frenzy who embodies the instinctive, only when he has to finish off someone, not all the time. The instinctual and emotional aspect of the unconscious. Its intuitive and inspiring side also manifests itself in him. Because his creation, my friend, his creation is not destruction, his transubstantiation. Top, if you want to consider the destructive aspects of Odin. For he understands the runes and can interpret fate. And he shared it with us, by the way. Didn't keep it to himself, like some other gods, and didn't let anybody touch it, like some other gods. The Romans then identified Woden with Mercury, again, wrongfully so. They wanted to demean the power and influence of their very old enemies, right? The Teutos, very old, and of course they're going to put him as a more servile god. Mercury would have been Loki. but his character does not really correspond to any Roman or Greek god. Bingo! Thank you, Jung. At least you recognize that. So you already disproven your point because, in a way, in a certain aspect. Although there are certain resemblances. Well, Odin knew all the trades, right? So he's a wanderer like Mercury, for instance. He rules over the dead like Pluto and Cronus, and is connected with Dionysus by his emotional frenzy, particularly in its mantic aspect. It's because Odin gathers all knowledge. He's the god of all knowledge. I don't even think there are some, like in the Greek or Roman pantheon, a god that can be like it's a knowledge gatherer god, right? I don't think there is one. And it's connected, yeah. It is surprising that Ning does not mention Hermes, the god of revelation, who, as Pneuma and Nous, is associated, Nous, is associated with the wind. He would be the god of the connection link with the Christian Pneuma and the miracle of the Pentecost. Yes, yes, that does make sense, yes. This is a horrible background, by the way. I need to change that. Ning assumes an inner affinity between Noda and Cronus. Yeah, that would make more sense. He's more related to the father figure rather than just a plain wanderer. And the knowledge, but again, and the latter's defeat may perhaps be a sign that the Wotan archetype was once overcome and split up in prehistoric times, which is not the case. It's a different culture, different area, different everything. At all events, the Germanic god represents a totality on a very primitive level, a psychological condition in which man's will was almost identical with the gods and entirely at its mercy. Not the case. He's a king god. He is a god of the kings. He punishes the kings and he rewards the kings. That was his area, the elite. He taught the runes to the elite. It was designed, he gave the runes for everyone, but the elite was the one who really learned. And if you read the sagas, the Icelandic sagas, they explain it pretty well, how the society decided to form itself there. But Odin was a god of the elite. Sorry, folks, sorry to disappoint you, but that's a fact. Those who know that aspect of Odin. It doesn't go punishing the peasants. It doesn't touch the peasants. It punishes the kings. But the Greeks had gods who helped man against other gods. Indeed, All-Father Zeus himself is not far from the ideal of the benevolent, enlightened despot. Because he isn't, okay? He put one of his best friends, he put literally the guy who put him in power, Prometheus, he chained him to a rock and sent an eagle to eat his liver every morning. And then it was regenerated during the night, and then he would repeat the torment. Just because Prometheus predicted that humanity would supplant the gods, which technology, hello. It was not in Wotan's nature. Odin is a very different god. He got the runes, he shared it with all the people who were on his side. Humans, Asa, Vanir, whomever wanted the runes got the runes. How they themselves as groups decided to share their knowledge, that's between the groups. But Odin shared it with humanity, unlike Jupiter or Zeus, who kept the knowledge to himself and got all pissy because they got some knowledge of something that only the gods had. He decided to punish the entirety of humanity. So, not the entirety of humanity, but he said, they're just going to destroy themselves, but he's the culprit, and punished the good god. Foresight. Prometheus means foresight. So, Prometheus, the god, Theos, the god of foresight. So, yeah, now you know. Classical Greek. You're welcome. I studied theology, by the way, so this is how I learned those things. If you want to learn classical Greek, Latin, and all that, and even tap into pagan religions, Theology is the way. It was not in Wotan's nature to linger on and show sign of old age. What? The whole aspect, his archetype, was the old man, the old bearded man, the old scarred, battle hardened, knowledge driven old man, wandering the world for knowledge. He is the epitome of old age. He's the old father. He's the, like, technically the grandfather, right? Because he's the father of the father of the father of the father of the father. He is the all father. He's the father of all, right? It was not in Woden's nature to linger on and show signs of old age. Is Jung reading the same person here or the same archetype here? Does he want to prove his point so hard he's going against his very archetypical definitions? He is the sign of old age. He is old age. The wisdom, the symbolism of wisdom, the archetype of wisdom, old age, of experience, old age. He is proud of it. His gray beard, right? Proud of his old age. He simply disappeared when times turned against him. So when that bad king chained him to the, because he went there and he stayed and he endured the torture for days until he was sure of, like Odin once was captured, more than once. He was captured more than once, is symbological, okay? He, like the thing of Odin, he would give the person the rope to hang themselves. He would show up, he would give the rope. Oh, you want more rope? Here, more rope. Oh, you want more? Wow, you want a lot of rope. Luckily, I have a lot of rope to give. Okay, you have enough rope. Okay, here's the deal. I'm going to hang you with this. Because you took all the rope, you're not supposed to take the rope. Because you are using the rope to do bad things with that rope. So I'm going to take it from you. That was Odin's shtick. So when Odin was captured by some bad king who had the habit of torturing his guests, and this is why Odin went there, when he made sure that that king had a replacement that was fair and good, that was the boy that was felt pity for. They didn't know it was Odin, right? So it was just some old guy who. So in this, Jung clearly contradicts himself, or he is literally off the archetype of Odin, because he's saying that Odin refused to show signs of old age when he was usually represented as an old man. What? What is Jung talking about? Jung, what are you doing? You were doing so well. Why did you have to give such a Freudian slip here, or such a horrible slip? You fell in your face, dude. What was Odin all about? How is Odin represented? Is he represented as a young kid? No. Is he represented as a little lady? No. As a baby? Definitely not. How is Odin represented? As an old man, old bearded man, to indicate old age, to make sure you understand he is all about old age, experience, and all the archetypical imagery related to old age. So, positive, archetypical. So he usually let himself be captured. Sometimes he let himself, sometimes accidentally. And then he sent other people, he asked to free other people who were captured with him to plead with the other gods for some kind of negotiation, but he would remain because he wanted to learn from the experience. So he would put himself into bad experiences to learn from it, to gather information, and do the right choice. So in that specific story, that I'm not going to mention the name, you go check, you go read a lot about it, so you bump into the story, it becomes much more interesting that way. Chaos, I dealt with it, it's fantastic. But how to spin order out of chaos, that's even better. So that's the epitome of mankind. That's how we became beings. We are the most proficient of us spin order out of chaos. So you go and find out for yourself is the best way to learn. But sometimes you need guidance, of course. When you're in doubt, then you come for help. But thing is, in that tale, he let himself be, or he was captured, but once he made sure that, because there was this boy who felt pity for him, it happened to be one of the sons of that king, and he thought that what his dad did was unfair. He tried to confront his father. His father threatened him as well. So he was feeding and giving water to Odin while he was being tortured, burned alive, literally tortured. So he was not a runaway god, right? Ooh, trouble, let me run it. No, no. He stood there, and then when he saw that this kingdom had continuation, that there would be a fair, at least someone with empathy, with empathic, that you need that to be a good king, right? And that was one of Odin's shtick. He tried his best to make sure it would be a proper king, a fair king, right? That was his thing, because a fair king represents Odin fairly. You understand? So his imagery is respected because the king is fair. The king is a representation, because the kings were the high priests in old Nordic mythology. They were the spiritual leaders of the group. Most of the sagas and Nordic tales are about that. The very Voluspa, or not, like the whole Icelandic, the whole Voluspa or Havamál starts with etiquette rules, how you receive guests, how you as a guest then must behave in the presence of a host who is treating you fairly. Then you shouldn't get drunk, shouldn't get wasted. You don't want to also abuse because the beverage is for everyone. So you take your share, you take a polite share, you eat before you go, so you eat moderately. So you understand, it gave you etiquette rules that we still follow in Scandinavian culture. Yeah, astonishing. To this day, it's the core base of Nordic and Northern European etiquette, comes from this pagan cult. Not from Christianity, from this pagan cult. How you must behave and how you disbehave in their culture, right? Things you shouldn't do when you are invited or you are welcome in a place. So you shouldn't disrespect your host, and the host shouldn't disrespect the guests. Very interesting reads. I recommend it. You'll learn a lot, even about etiquette and how far you may go at a party, even. If you want to have anything closely related, if you declare yourself a pagan, a Norse pagan, a neo-pagan, whatever you want to define yourself, you should learn the pagan etiquette then. It's a must-read, what you should be doing, not getting wasted and brawling and like a fucking moron, right? Like, this is exactly what Odin, if you claim to follow Odin and all that, this is exactly what you should avoid doing. But anyway, I'm not here to chastise or to preach. I'm just giving examples of how Odin is far from this belligerent, warmongering, or idiot, or stupid god that he's trying to depict Odin. Oh, he's clear, gets rid of everything in his path. And the things that are loose, he replaces them, puts proper things, like this tale. Once he made sure that the king had a proper, decent replacement that wouldn't kill guests, then he revealed himself to that king. Then the bad king, tried to mend his ways, but he, another symbology, he stumbled and died by his own sword, because in the stumbling, the sword pierced through his belly, right? So, yeah, poetic justice, right? Because if you are a bad king, it will happen. Someone will stab you, someone will fucking kill you because you're not doing your job as you should. A king should be fair, that's his job. It's the first judge, right? It's originally a judge, the one put in charge to judge cases, right? That's the first job of a king. So, in order to be a good, beloved king, you have to be fair, right? And if you are into Bible studies, just see the King David. He was a fair king. And the story of the two women who were saying that that child was theirs and they didn't know who. So he said, okay, so I'm going to take my sword and I'm going to split the child in two, and you get a share and you get a share. And then one of the women said, yes, please do that, yes. While the other, no, no, and she threw herself over the child, so pierce me but unharm this child, or whatever is it that they wrote. And then David said, okay, you are the mother, because you know, motherly instincts, you give at least you, even if you're not the mother, you give a shit about this child, right? So this child might survive because you have motherly instincts, right? You threw yourself to save the child, therefore you deserve to have the child. The other bastard there, she can go to hell. You know, she's a cruel human being. I don't want a crazy bitch around anybody. But yeah, so even King David, to be a king, to be a beloved king, to be a good king, you have to be a fair, empathetic king. So you have to put yourself in the shoes of your subjects. So definitely, Odin is not a babbling buffoon, a drunken bold. No, he's the exact opposite. He's self-control and self-sacrifice. And what Jung said here clearly shows how far off he is. It was not in Wotan's nature to linger on and show signs of old age. He simply disappeared when the times turned against him, which is not true, because times constantly turn against him. That was his whole point. And remained invisible for more than 1,000 years. He was not invisible. We have a day of the week directed to him, devoted to him, Wednesday. Working anonymously and indirectly. Archetypes are like riverbeds which dry up when the water deserts them, but which it can find again at any time. Well, that's Jung's perception of the matter. I'm not going to dwell so much in that. But the thing is that Odin's archetype is very clear as an old person, but he says it's not. An archetype is like an old waterhouse along with the water of life has flowed for centuries, digging a deep channel for itself. The longer it has flowed in its channel, the more likely it is that sooner or later the water will return to its old bed. The life of the individual as a member of society, and particularly as a part of the state, may be regulated like a canal. But the life of nations is a great rushing river which is utterly beyond human control, in the hands of one who has always been stronger than man. The League of Nations, which was supposed to possess supranational authority, is regarded as by some as a child in need of protection, by others as an abortion. Thus, the life of nations roll on unchecked, without guidance, unconscious or where it's going, like a rock crashing down the side of a hill, or like a wolf completely out of control, until it's stopped by an obstacle stronger than itself, someone who confronts and spears its throat. Political events move from one impasse to the next, like a torrent caught in gullies, creeks, and marshes. All human control comes to an end when the individual is caught in a mass movement. Then the archetypes begin to function, as happens also the lives of individuals. That's the academic elaboration of their case. when they are confronted with situations that cannot be dealt. So here, Jung, because he said nonsense, he's kind of trying to get back in the saddle by this long explanation. But what a so-called Führer does with a mass movement can plainly be seen if we turn our eyes to the north or south of our country. What is it that a Führer does with a mass movement? Destroys everything in its path? Not only. The ruling archetype does not remain the same forever, as it's evident from the temporal limitations. The ruling archetype, well, debatable, that have been said to be hope and foreign of peace. The 1,000-year Reich, the Mediterranean father archetype of the just, order-loving, benevolent ruler, has been shattered over the whole of Northern Europe, as the present fate. See, now, once again, he describes the archetype, right? So Odin is the benevolent ruler, has been shattered. Just, it's mind-boggling how in the face this is, and yet he doesn't see it. The Mediterranean father archetype of the just, order-loving, benevolent ruler has been shattered over the whole of Northern Europe. Now, who has eaten Odin, or Odin's leg, depending on the tale? Who has shattered Odin? All right. Once again, he's describing Odin's nemesis, not Odin. He's describing Odin, but then throwing him to be the nemesis of his own archetype. As the present fate of the Christian churches bear witness, fascism, and then he mentions fascism, which iconography praises the wolf. In Italy, and the civil war in Spain shows that in the south as well, the cataclysm has been far greater than one expected. Dude, it's in your face and you can't see it, or worse, you intentionally mislead it. Even the Catholic Church can no longer afford trials of strength. This roaming force is so strong that it shattered the benevolent, order-loving, just archetype of the ruler that Odin is. It shattered that. And even the Catholic Church has been destroyed in the process of that roaming force, completely out of control, technically chaotic almost, mass movement, has been destroying everything on its path. Just like that entity in Nordic mythology that is not Odin. The nationalist god has attacked socialist god. Everything for the state, nothing outside of the state, all within the state. That's Mussolini's definition of fascism. God has attacked Christianity. Yeah, the Italian nationalistic, which main symbol is the wolf. Front in Russia, it is called technology. It's called, no, it's not. It's called ideology. Ideology. And science is not. Russia? Technology and science? Seriously? No. It was ideology. Atheism, to be specific. In Italy, Duce, and in Germany, German faith, German Christianity of the state. That's socialism. The state. Yeah. Sure, you've been lied to, so you believe in what you were given, right? I can't blame you for that, but if you want to talk about it, I'm here. I can clarify my point. The German Christians are a contradiction in terms. Well, technically reinvented Christianity several times. and would do better to join Hauer's German faith movement. These are decent and well-meaning people who honestly admit their Ergriffenheit and try to come to terms. This is the guy trying to push his own agenda with his new and undeniable fact, away from what is real. They go to an enormous amount of trouble to make it look less alarming by dressing it up in a conciliatory historical garb and giving us considerably glimpses. That's propaganda. This right here, what Jung is doing here is called propaganda. Right? He wants to sell such movements that try to seek their roots out of Christianity or somehow find their own roots away from this foreign culture, or who was also a German and also Ergriffen. In this way, awkward question of who Ergrete is circumvented. He was always God, but the more Hauer restricts the word wide, I need to read before I state an opinion about this guy. Words, spheres of Indo-European culture to the Nordic in general and to the Edda in particular. Yeah, I mentioned the Edda several times, where they show you proper Nordic etiquette. There you learn the traits, the basics of the Nordic cultures in general. And it's a common culture, and that's very concerning for foreign cultures that want to take over. Yeah, right. So they have to be against it. They have to shun it or take it away, right, or try to hijack it, and then distort it or erase it. And the more German this faith becomes, as a manifestation of Ergriffenheit, the more painfully evident that this German God is the God of the Germans, which is irrelevant to the point, because Odin is not just a god of the Germans, Odin is a god of the Northern European in general. One cannot read Hauer's book without emotion if one regards it as the tragic and really heroic effort of a conscientious scholar who, without knowing how it happened to him, was violently summoned by the inaudible voice of the Ergreifer. Again, I need to read the guy to know what Jung is saying is actually fact, or rings any bell or make any sense proper. Because Jung, as I've proven, as I just shown, he contradicts the archetypes if he believes it can push his personal opinion about the matter. Very human, but should be very unacademic. Without knowing how it happened to him, was violent someone, yeah. And trying with all his might and with all his knowledge and ability to build a bridge between the dark forces. Bad idea. Don't build bridges between dark forces of life. Stay the hell away. It's my recommendation in the matter. Don't waste your time with that. Live your life. And with all this knowledge and ability to build a bridge, dark forces and the shining world of historical ideas. But today, when confronted with a living and unfathomable tribal god, such as he has never experienced before, they are sucked like dry leaves in the roaring whirlwind. Again, he's trying to push this imagery of whirlwind, very academic, sophistry, but bad, Jung. Bad. Stop doing that. I know you want to sell your point, but dude, you described several times the exact opposite of what Odin should represent as an archetype. So, yeah, I can prove it. Like, you can see, right? Like, he literally described the positive ruler that is Odin's archetype, but the fair ruler, and a force that was shaking the foundations of that, just like the Odin's nemesis, that it destroyed the good ruler, like that nemesis destroys that specific archetype. So Jung literally proved himself wrong here. He just needed a little cross-examination to make him realize. He would have to rephrase and rethink the whole thing now. But today, when confronted with a living and unfathomable tribal god, blah, 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 they are sucked like dried leaves, written, the wind, German poetry and the wisdom of the Upanishads. Hauer himself is a graphite by the depths of meaning in the primal words. Oh, this academic flourishing. He's trying to sell the point. hmm He certainly, however, the Indologist is not to blame for this, not yet the Edda. It is rather the fault of Kairos, the present moment in time, whose names on closer investigation turn out to be Wotan. No. I would therefore advise the German faith movement to throw aside the scruples, intelligent people who will not confuse them. So maybe Jung is admitting he's trying to confuse people with the crude Woden worshippers whose faith is a mere pretense. Depends. There are people in the German faith movement who are interested enough not only to believe but to know that the God of the Germans is Wotan and not the Christian God. Well, fair enough, that is true, or should be. This is a tragic experience and not a disgrace. It has always been terrible to fall in the hands of a living God. Yahweh was no exception to this rule. And the Philistines, Edomites, Amorites, and the rest, who were outside the Yahweh experience, must certainly have found it exceedingly disagreeable. Although, once again, if you're trying to prove an archetypical point of view as an argument to defend your thesis or hypothesis, in this case, as you describe, I believe Jung described it as a hypothesis rather than a theory. So, good on you, Jung. That what redeems you in a certain level. Yahweh is a very different God from Woden. Yahweh was against the whole king thing. That was never Yahweh's intention. The Jews wanted to have kings. Yahweh said, no, 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 no. If you have kings, I'm leaving you. I have no time for this. Right? If you really want to have something, again, I studied theology, I read all the Bible, it was explained to me with several currents of thought related. So I have a general idea what the Bible is about, what Yahweh might have said to that specific people. And he literally said, if you really want to say, I'm not using the proper words, but if you really know your Bible well, you know what I'm talking about, don't you? Don't come with this empty pretend. Oh, you have to say the exact words, or I won't believe you. Come on, grow up. Okay, it's a lame excuse. Okay, lame excuse. I've been there, dude. I might have known more about, although I don't know all the things, but I might know more about the Bible because I read it all with proper guidances, professors telling me. So took a lot of notes. Yahweh was a very different God. He didn't want kings. He said, if you really want something, have some judges. Then I take judges. Okay, but no king. Fuck kings. He was an anti-king. Okay, he was really against kings. He didn't really like it. And an aspect of Yahweh that many Christians don't know, and I think Jews know, but I don't know. I don't know all Jewish sects. I don't dare to dwell in that. Some have been pretty good to tell me something about it, and I thank them for that knowledge. But Yahweh couldn't resist, like his Achilles heel was iron. Iron was Yahweh's weakness, according to the scriptures at least, right? That when Yahweh got defeated, it was because they had tools or stuff made of iron, and Yahweh really didn't like iron. So Germans, they are kind of an iron-based culture. It's based on iron. They have the cult of iron. Even to this day, they have the Iron Cross as the sign of ultimate superiority. Iron is a very important metal in Nordic religion. So, very different gods. Very, 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 very different gods, different perspectives, even different locations. Yahweh didn't want to wander beyond that specific area that he dwells on, and this is why I think many people don't know it. I think Jews know it, but Islamic people and the Christians don't know it, or they disagree. This is why the only temple that Jews are allowed to have is in Jerusalem. That's the only place they can have a temple. A synagogue is not really a temple. A synagogue is a place of meeting, not a temple. Understand it? It's very important to understand what we are talking about if we are talking about archetypes and cultures and all that, and how they impact the world and all this, as Jung is doing, that we clarify that. Very different God. Odin let people have a lot of temples all over the place. He didn't mind. Which, fair enough to Jung, as Jung has suggested, has more to do with the Christian God. That is, he lets have temples all over the place, right? Yahweh clearly, and Yahweh didn't even want a temple. He doesn't want a temple. He left them. They had to entrap him. They had to build, because Yahweh didn't want to build a temple. So according to what is in the Bible, if you have an issue with what I'm going to tell you right now, go shout at the Bible thumpers, okay? Because it's there in the Bible. This is what I've been taught by proper academics, professors in one of the finest universities of the sort, that this is why they went to the demons to build the temple. The temple was a design by demons. It's a demonic design. It's not by Yahweh's wish, let's put it that way, right? Yahweh didn't agree with that. He was very aggravated that they built it regardless of him telling them not to. So, once again, they don't list humanity. You know, if you ever have kids, you know what I'm talking about. But anyway. So he's comparing now Odin to Yahweh. No, not the same God. By a long margin. Like completely different. Even location. Yahweh just wants to live in his little desert there at peace, and he likes that area. You know, let him be. Like let him live there. Leave him alone. Haven't he suffered enough? So all this iron that he doesn't like and all that. Why not do beauties? I would therefore advise the German faith movement. Yeah, if we apply an admitted the Semitic experience of Allah was for a long time an extremely painful affair for the whole of Christendom, still is and will be. As long as there is Christendom, there will be Islam. If there is no Christendom, Islam is gone. Because people won't give a shit about it. You know, Christianity is the foot in the door to all those religions. You remove Christianity, they don't have a stand. We who stand outside judge the Germans far too much. Yes, they do. But why not? If they allow you, if you have good reason to. So why not, right? As if they were responsible agents, which the Germans are. You know, they like it if they have the chance. But perhaps it would be nearer the truth to regard them also as victims, which they also are, but everybody is. We are both the perpetrators and the victims. That's the fun thing in life. If we apply admittedly peculiar point of view consistently, we are driven to conclude that Wotan must in time reveal not only the restless, violent, stormy side of the character, which he only does with bad people, mind you, it's clear in all the sagas, right? He only crafts against the people who are abusing power. That's his pet peeve. Because it makes him look bad, you understand? Because he's the god of power. So he has to look. If you do that, you make me look bad. Why you make me look bad? You have to pay now. Uh, reveal not only the but also his ecstatic and mantic qualities, a very different aspect of his nature. Yeah, because that's the real aspect of his nature when he's not dealing with bad people. In this conclusion, or bad spirits, or bad whatever, if this conclusion is correct, National Socialism would be the last word. No, socialism is a folk movement. It's not an elite movement. Um, a very different aspect of this nature. If the conclusion is correct, National Socialism things would be concealed in the background, which National Socialism never was. It was loud and clear and shouting and wearing fancy dresses and all over the place. Things must be concealed in the background, which we cannot imagine at present, but we may expect them. You see, he himself recognized this is very different from what fascism actually looks like, but if we may expect them to appear in the course of the next few years or decades. Wotan's reawakening is a stepping back into the past. The stream was dammed up and has broken into his old channel, but the obstruction will not last forever. Again, obstruction. Oh, god damn it, it's so clear in the face which entity we're actually talking about. The entity that was obstructed intentionally by the gods not to act. Because if they do, if that entity does, it destroys everything in its path, just like fascism does. Will not last forever. It's rather recul pour mieux sauter, and the water will overleap the obstacle. Then at last we shall know that Wotan is saying when he murmurs with the mimer's head. Fast move the sons of Mim and Fate is heard in the note of the Gjallarhorn. A Gjallarhorn is the horn of the end of times, the horn that will only really sound when the end of times is nigh. Loud blows him Heimdall. Heimdall is the god that watches the rainbow. He's allegedly a bit blind, but he can hear wool grow. So he can hear if people are crossing the bridge to the realm of the gods. The horn is aloft. In fear quake all who on hell roads are. Yggdrasil, the tree of life, basically, or conscience, shakes and shivers on high. Or the tree of knowledge, even, technically, because this is where the knowledge is. This is where Odin sacrificed himself to knowledge of the runes. This is also where he sacrificed his eye for the knowledge of Mimir, to drink in Mimir's brond, like in the well of Mimir, because the well of Mimir is at the root, one of the three, I believe, main roots of the Yggdrasil. So Odin wanted to drink there. Mimir is a god of wisdom that shared his wisdom with Odin. So, long story, but I won't dwell on that. Thing is, Jung is trying to make a point, but without realizing. I don't know how he does that, because it's right here, right in the face. All it takes is a little thought. He's actually describing the enemy of Odin coming. He's literally saying, it's not Odin that is invading Asgard. It's not Odin that is invading. He is telling about the invasion that is happening, is going to happen, that is going to destroy, that Odin will stand against, that Odin will try to stop, that Odin foreseen. And the only reason that Odin has anything to do with violence is to try to stop that madness that is coming by other entities, not Odin, by Loki, by other entities. The ancient limbs and the giant is loose. Which giant? Is it Odin? No, the giant is loose. What giant is loose? Wotan murmurs with Mimir's head, but the king's man's or sword. Sword is a giant, the giant of fire. It means black in sword. To this day, right? And it also means some other aspects of brim, right? Like of substances that have caught fire or on fire. Also acid, relationship to acid, shall slay him soon. How fare the gods? How fare the gods? How fare the elves? All Jotunheim, the realm of the giants, like technical enemies of the gods, although giants become Asa by Odin's decision, right? Um, all Jotunheim groans, the gods are at council. You see, they're not chopping heads off, they're counseling. What should we do? And Odin is there, right? Counseling. Loud roar the dwarfs by the doors of stone. The master of the rocks, would you know yet more? Now Garm is one of the wolves that attacks Asgard. He fights with Tyr, the god of war, the Germanic or Nordic god of war, Tyr. And Tyr means god in their language. Was probably an original god that has lost favor. Now Garm howls loud before Gnepaheli. The fetters will burst. The fetters of who? Odin? Odin's fetters will burst. Is Odin entrapped? No. And the wolf runs free. The wolf runs free. Much I do know, and more can see, of the fate of the gods, the mighty in fight. From the east comes Rum, with shields held high, and giant wrath does the serpent writhe, or write. O'er the waves he twists, and the tawny eagle, Dawn's corpse screaming, Nilefall is loose, the ship made of nails that comes from hell, bringing the dead to fight the Enhel Jarl and the Berserkers in the final struggle, right? O'er the sea from the norther sails a ship, Nilefall, with the people of hell at the helm stands looking. After the wolf, again, do wild men follow. After the wolf, do wild men follow. Jung is literally describing the antithesis of Odin that gathers the people to fight him, and with them the brother of Bylist goes, or Bylist in English probably. So he ends with a part of the Havama, of the Voluspar, rather, the prophecies of the Volva. Volva was like a priestess, usually that devoted her life to heal and cure people, a shaman, a female shaman. Like it was more common to delegate shamanistic power to women in their culture because men had to fight and they had to work and all that. So the woman would have that power in their hands, right? Kind of to balance the society. So since men could be violent, the women could poison them, basically. Fair enough, right? Treat me well, or put something in your drink, you motherfucker. Makes sense, right? But anyway, point being, oddly enough, Jung literally mentions who the real enemy is, who is gathering people, who is using that Germanic word that I already forgot, Einharl, I don't know what, who is gathering the people, the mass movement to storm the realm of the gods. It's not Odin. Odin is trying to defend, he's trying to protect, he's trying to stop the madness. The madness is coming through the wolf. The wolf bursts loose, and then the Nilefar, the ship from hell, made of nails like a crescent, invading the north. It's the Ragnarok. After the age of sails and the age of wolves, that is the Wolf of Wall Street, like the age of capitalism, after all those ages of humankind, of technological development and industrialization, expansion, development, industrialization, the age of sails, the age of the wolves. In Nordic mythology, the wolf is described as individuals who are greedy, and like for instance, Odin has two wolves that serve him. One is Geri and the other is Heki. Like it's Geri is like greedy or gear, right? Like a ger is war. As far as I remember, in Old Norse means war. So warlike and Heki like would be reckless, right? But those wolves are more like Odin's dogs, right? And they serve a purpose. It's talking about the people who make society thrive, like the what we would call the industrialists, or the reckless and the ruthless, right? Like the ones who smith the war material, the weaponry, who make things happen. It's a symbolic representation, like Hugin and Meaning are more of a spiritual nature, of a mental nature. The wolves are down to earth, they are grounded creatures, right? But the wolf bursts loose, and it's neither Geri or Heki. It's Garm, which is the dog, or rather, wolf, the dog, usually, right? Who fights Tyr, who fights the war god. And so there are two dogs. Like the prophecy is so clear after things happen, right? Captain Hindsight. There are two wolves, right? They're destroying the realm of the Nordic gods. Like their peace, their order, right? One is Garm, and the other one is the one I'm not going to mention, because he's very active, right? But he has been dealt with, but I don't like to call that kind of energy. So, because names do have power. Now I'm going to sacrifice this potato. Nice. Kaboom. Here, that works. So, there, very nonchalant destruction of, or rather exposure and destruction, it sounds so, exposure of Jung's contradiction and self-admittance by Freudian slip, pun intended, self-admission that it's actually some other creature that he is proving that is not Odin. It's the exact opposite. It's literally in what he mentions, and that's just so much in the face. With the people of hell, at the helm stands Loki. Loki is the god of confusion, is the trickster, is the person who tricks people to do his bidding when the world gets too orderly. The Nordics believed that Loki, he wanted to steer things up, to make things happen, to make it more fun, right? So he steers up confusion every now and then to create situations. And then the gods have to rush in and figure it out how to solve that. But right after that, it says here, loud and clear, after the wolf, do wild men follow. Literally. Jung literally defeats his whole argument with what he mentions. He's not talking about Odin here. Those who know anything about neo-paganism or Nordic paganism, they know who we are referring to here, and it's not Odin. It's actually who Odin fights at the end, tries to stop at the end. It's not Odin. After the wolf, do wild men follow. Who was following Hitler? Who was following Mussolini? Who were the black shirts and the brown shirts? And they were not nobles. They were not really nobles. There was a couple of nobles there. They had to be to survive, right? Because you couldn't stand against the proto-socialist, the socialist leadership, or they would just kill you. And did you know many people are not aware? You cannot make, like, it was law that it was forbidden to make fun of Hitler, punishable by death. So, and I know because I had a member of my family who almost died because of that. He told that he was there to fight the Russians and not to kiss Hitler's ass. They wanted to shoot him, but they were afraid of my family's reaction in Denmark. So, well, it's pretty clear. If you still have doubt, talk to me. I have more stuff to do. Bye.